9:10's first video. 2 minutes. 9:12 is the camera. Short intro. Then video. 30 seconds. Reset. And then you can run through all your stuff.
And I've got instructions for Jib, and that's all good.
So yeah, I had a chat.
And I'll come straight back in here and do the audio for the first band. And you're doing a great job. Is this audio going out to stream at the moment? Can people hear me on the honest?
Take a moment. What have you learned in all of this? What new path are you going to take? For me, it's about new beginnings. I'm not going to eat, I'm going to taste. Taste every mouthful. I'm going to breathe in the salty air of our moana. And I'm going to take care of our maunga. I'm going to embrace the little things. and the big. I'm going to keep supporting local. And I'm going to say yes to every experience. I'm going to watch the night sky, watch the dolphins and the whales. I'm going to meet friends, make new friends, and support my father, their businesses, our livelihood. I'm going to innovate and invigorate. I'm going to open the doors, discover something new. I'm going to go to that island, visit that beach, and I'm going to protect Papatūānuku and embrace all she's given us. I'm going to tell my mates to come, to see for themselves how beautiful our region is. Because after all, this unique view, well, it can change your whole perspective. Kia ora, Tamaki Makaurau.
Kia ora and welcome to the 2024 New Zealand National Pipe Band Championships. We are here in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, New Zealand. I'm Libby O'Brien.
And I'm Phil Mayer. Looking forward to a big day.
It's going to be a big day and we are super excited, and we are going to, we'll be with you all day, bringing you everything. We're very excited. We love pipe bands. We hope you do too. Pipe bands.
Pipe bands.
All right, Phil. Day one, New Zealand Pipe Band National Championships for 2024.
Yeah, so we're starting quietly.
Starting quietly.
Yeah, lower grade
Here we
bands,
go.
grade 4B, although it's very serious for them, and so it should be.
Very serious. Now, as you may be able to tell, there's a little bit of precipitation around. It's not a sunny Auckland day. It's not too bad.
It's a big word, Libby.
Precipitation.
You mean rain?
I mean rain. We're about 17 degrees here at the moment. It's not looking like we're going to get too high. However, that's not a bad thing for pipe bands, is it?
No,
No.
it'll be fine. It'll be good. Yeah.
Well, it might not be fine. There might be a little bit of rain, but that's okay.
It's authentic weather. Yeah.
So today we've got the Grade 4B MSR, Grade 4 this morning. Can you tell us a little bit around what that MSR is?
So March Stress Bay and Reel, 2-4 March. Traditional tunes, Stress Bay dance tune, and then a reel to finish with. It's a set piece. It's a test of their technical ability.
Would you say this is the more serious of the two?
They're both an equal in the competition. So, but the medley's more fun for sure. Yeah, this is more serious. Yeah.
So medleys later on today. Now we have had a little bit of a change of the schedule for those eagle-eyed who are having a look. IoT Invercargill have been moved to the end of this morning's proceedings.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that Auckland traffic?
Yes. So they got caught out. So they got caught in a jam somewhere, but that's fine. We'll be all good.
Fantastic. So
Yeah.
IoT City of Invercargill Highland Pipe Band, who were to kick us off, they'll move to the end after Hokanui Celtic Social Pipe Band. So South Canterbury kicking us off in a few minutes.
Yeah. From Timaru, South Island of New Zealand. Really good band, solid, and they'll be good. So they're doing the March Stress Bay and Reel. Following that, we've got 4A medleys, so own choice tunes, and then we've got another medley for the grade 3. So we're cranking up the standard as we go along. Yeah. And we're running 2 boards, so we're only showing 1 board here, and you might be able to hear something now, but so we've got another board in
Fantastic.
parallel.
Let's talk a little bit about the judges. So Richard Parks, MBE, Stuart Easton, Liam Kernaghan and Scott Mitchell for panel 1. But Richard Parks, MBE, for those who don't know about RP's experience here, can you talk a little bit around that?
Well, he's one of the most famous pipe majors on the entire planet, if not the most famous pipe major, and an experienced judge as well. He's been here before. He knows the scene here, and he's a special guy. Yeah, so we're really proud to have him.
I believe he's been spending a couple of weeks travelling around the country as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Queenstown, Tekapo, playing his pipes in beautiful places. So it's been great to have him here.
And he's a runner.
I heard this
He's
morning.
a park runner.
He's a park runner.
He can run 5 kilometres in 20 seconds. 20 minutes.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. That would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, 20 minutes. So yeah, no, he's a fit kind of character, and he might not have time for park run tomorrow, unfortunately, because we'll be back on the park. That's right. Yeah, and his coat wouldn't look too good.
He'll be busy, exactly. So the lower grade bands, what are you expecting to hear today as we run through the schedule?
Right. So I'm really looking forward to 4A because I've been listening to them this season, and they're really cranked up the standard, and it's kind of crazy competing in music, but this is an example where they all want to win it, and they're all quite close, and so I think they're really working hard to get this done, and it's going to be interesting.
So it's very competitive, and that drive to move up through the grades is something. Is that something you are expecting to see in the other grades as well, or is it just 4A this year?
So typically they have a judges meeting at the end of this where they decide on, or they recommend changes to grading, and typically there's movement between 4B, 4A and grade 3 is the most movement, because bands often changing a lot during the year. So yeah, you can expect the top of 4A to go to 3 and vice versa, going down and so on. So there's always some movement, and that's good.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. And I guess just really quickly going back to the judges, Stuart Easton in piping alongside Richard Parks, but also Liam Kernaghan doing ensemble. Strong solo pipers who have also played in bands, but have now put a bit more, time into judging. It's good to have their pedigree here.
Yeah. So particularly Liam and Stuart Easton, they've done quite a lot of judging the last couple of seasons. So they're well practiced now, and as you say, well experienced. So they've both played in top bands for a long time. So in spite of Liam Kernaghan's age, he's vastly experienced.
In my head, he's still a teenager playing on the solo boards, but he's probably a little bit more mature than that now.
Yeah, and of course they're judging with the likes of Richard Parks and so on, and so they'll be picking his brains big time. Although I must say it's not a collaborative judging exercise, so that'll be after the event and before the event. During the event, they won't be talking.
So you've done a bit of judging yourself, Phil.
Yeah.
Let's talk just really quickly around. So the scores that judges are compiling or they're putting for bands over a morning, they're not talking about that. They're not allowed to talk about.
That's right.
That?
Yeah, absolute silence. They'll have chatter about the weather and who's won the rugby last night, but that'll be about it. There won't be any talk on the bands.
Yeah.
Because the idea here is that we've got 8 judges in total for the competition, and it's averaging it out. That's the point of it all. So no collaborative. That may come one day. There's talk of it, and it's being trialled in various places. You know, there's an argument for it, but we're not doing it here yet. We're just following the standard ways. Yeah.
Great. Should be interesting. So you probably can't see them, but the judges are looking like they're eagerly awaiting the first band coming into the circle in front of us. Feeling very excited to be sitting here. We're right on the circle today, and we will be spending a little bit of time talking to some of the people who are enjoying the bands as well.
Yeah. So as I say, this is the sort of set piece, the March Strathspey Reel. So that'll be just probably some tunes in common and tunes you'll know, a lot of people will know, followed by the medley where it'll be own choice and mixed.
So the first band, you can see them just coming up to point A here, South Canterbury Highland Pipe Band.
Yep.
Let's talk a little bit around the tunes that they'll be playing today. So under the leadership of Pipe Major William MacArthur and Tiffany Gilchrist, leading drummer. Do you know much about those MSR tunes?
Particularly the Strathspey Reel, I do know. Mac and Irish, I think everyone knows that. It's a lovely Strathspey, and Mackay from Skye, another popular reel. Walter Douglas, MBE. I'm not great on the name, so I think I know this tune.
You'll know it as soon as
when
you
I hear it. Yeah, so this is a deep flaw of my character. But here are the judges coming out on the field now. You can see Stuart Easton there, Richard Parks, Liam Kernahan.
They are wearing their you might notice, for those if you are tuning in and this is your first band competition, there are some kilts under those black jackets.
Yeah, they're not newsreader style. We should mention Scott Mitchell, side drumming judge. So he's a very well experienced judge and competitor in New Zealand, and he's one of our star judges. So yeah,
Great.
and he'll be at the back there, hiding behind the band. You'll see him come through as the band marches on.
So they come up to the line and then they will walk playing into the circle.
So William MacArthur, pipe major, drum sergeant Tiffany Gilchrist, she's the bass drummer actually, which is slightly unusual, but she's certainly a wonderful player and performer. Yeah.
So enjoy this first performance from day one. Enjoy the music.
Yeah, no, that was really good. And I just want to correct myself here. My first mistake of the day. Tiffany is playing the side drum, and someone else is playing the bass drum. So I got that wrong.
Those talented young women being able to play many things. So, notably, speaking of Tiffany in the midsection, no tenor drummers?
No, it's a bit of a shame. And I think if she was playing the bass drum, I think there'd be another tenor drummer. So, but obviously made the choice. They need the side drummers, and it's one of the compromises you have to make in a band like this.
And they played well. I thought the ensemble seemed, from a drumming perspective, the ensemble seemed pretty nice.
Yeah, it was nice. It was, good tempos, no clangers. It's good style. William MacArthur knows what he's doing. He's a good player himself, and so that was fantastic. Yeah, a good start of the day. Tough being first up.
What a fantastic way to start the day.
Yeah. I'd just like to call out now the one of the sponsors of the event, which is Ganaways, and of course this got a close association with this band. Mike Shannon, who's the pipe corporal, he's the business owner. Him and his son. So they're those Ganaway bags. That's what they sound like on a grade 4B band.
I think Scotty Shannon is also Deputy Mayor of Timaru, I believe. There's the family association.
I think he's got it dead wrong. He should be playing in that band, not being a local body politician. He's got his priorities all wrong.
He once led the band, didn't he?
He did,
and now he's into local body politics.
Yeah, but still running the business with Mike. Ganaway bags, So
they're always very supportive of the pipe band community in New Zealand, but also a very good product as well. So thanks to Ganaways for their support, making today and tomorrow happen.
Yeah. So now we've got coming up City of Ipswich.
Now,
pipe band.
We did touch earlier on the weather, Phil, and what we're seeing today is off and on rain, and I get the feeling that we're going to have that a little bit today. Pipes, Ganaway bags, you talked about the effect that's going to have on the instruments. Bit of a rough start for those bands, or do you think they'll be able to take it?
I think they'll be fine. It's not hosing down here. It's more like a drizzle, and there's a band on the other panel, and I can see now they don't even have the raincoats on, so it's not too bad. You just got to make sure you don't get the water down the drones, that's the main thing. And your fingers slip off the charter, and same with the side drums.
Same with the drums.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a pain, but it's not a showstopper.
I always wondered if it was, I know personally playing drums, it was almost a mental thing more than it was the instruments. It was that sort of almost a distraction. But then on the flip side, sometimes the distraction actually makes you think, well, you almost switch off that intensity around thinking about the music. I don't know, I remember being in Scotland, and I think it was North Berwick, and it was just absolutely hosing down, and we actually did okay because...
It's a weird one, isn't it? Adversity makes you play better sometimes. The
psychological science behind it all.
Yeah, we're very complex, aren't we?
But I would say that I'm hoping that this what would we call it, spitting rain today won't make too much difference, but it's relatively warm. I think we noted it was around 17, 18 degrees.
Yeah, it wouldn't be any fun if it was cold as well.
No.
That would really bugger up the sounds, excuse my language. That wouldn't be so good, but it's not that cold here, so I think especially the South Highland bands, I'll be fine with this.
No, that's it. Now, the next band is actually from Australia, the City of Ipswich Pipe Band number 2.
Yeah.
Hopefully they've spent a little bit of time in New Zealand acclimatising, but great to see the Australian bands here. We've got a few in the program for the weekend.
Yeah, so I'm great to have them here. We're going to hear Walter Douglas MBE as their march, and of course we did recognise that tune, didn't we?
No.
You didn't? No, it was a well-known tune. So we're going to hear the same march again. So as I was saying before, we're getting repeats of tunes. They're going to play Sound of Sleep, another tune everyone knows. And Willie Cummings' Rant, and another tune. So these are tunes that will be familiar to people.
Yeah.
The medleys later on will be a bit more different.
Different ones. So do you think that that's an advantage or a disadvantage when you've got judges listening to an MSR and you've got the same tune or the same march?
Oh, they probably quite like it because it simplifies their job. If someone mucks it up, one's better than the other, it makes the comparison much easier. Yeah, so... Yeah. But of course... They know these tunes pretty well themselves. So
they do. So own choice for these bands, and again, for those who maybe aren't familiar with pipe bands, it's not exactly a catalogue or I guess it's a catalogue of tunes that bands can choose from, but it's quite large, isn't it?
It is, but in the March Brass Band Reel, it's actually quite a limited pool they're drawing from. because they're wanting to play tunes that are well familiar to. And the challenge with bands, I think, this is my opinion, I could be wrong, but is that, they can be a bit, you playing these same tunes over and over again, year after year. It can be quite boring. And often bands, I think, are playing a lot better in their medleys because they've got new tunes. It's a bit more exciting.
And they're excited.
Yeah, and it's, the old MSR, we've just got to tune these tunes out again, and that's a terrible way to do it because there's an opportunity for bands to really do wonderful things in the MSR because it's equal value to the medley.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So these lower grade bands, are you expecting to see a lot more younger people or perhaps those who are nearer the end of their playing career?
Well, which one am I, Libby?
You're right in the middle first.
No, I think it'll be a mixture, hopefully a mixture. That's what we all hope, isn't
Absolutely.
it?
Cool.
Yeah, certainly, and it's good to see both ends of the scale and everything in between, I think.
It is. So, City of Ipswich, number 2, coming up to Point A now. Pipe major, Zally Rogers, and leading drummer, Astrid Stewart. Hopefully they'll be looking forward to, just trying to see if they are wearing jackets. They are?
Yeah, so they're in the rain gear, they're
Inverness
smart.
capes?
Yeah, so I think I'd be wearing the raincoat myself if I was
I
there.
would too.
Yeah. So I know nothing about this band really. I think that it says Melbourne, isn't it? Ipswich, is it? Or was that
believe
Sydney?
so.
I don't know, I'm sorry. I should have done my
We're going to do a little bit of work on our Australian geography.
Yeah. But they didn't come over here to play rubbish, so I'm looking forward to hearing them.
There's that friendly rivalry between New Zealand bands and Australian bands too, isn't there?
Yes, in a way, but often there's bound to be a New Zealander in that band. So a classic one is going to be the Hawthorn band, which is
Looking
a grade
forward
1
to hearing
band,
them.
but they're pipe majors from Dunedin, so if they happen to win, we won't be too jealous because we'll claim them. That's how it works here.
I've just noticed Ipswich's street march, which we'll hear tomorrow, is called Kangaroos on Speed.
I'm really busting my gut to hear that.
But for now, we'll listen to their MSR. Enjoy. Congratulations, City of Ipswich Pipe Band. We've just done a quick check. Queensland, isn't it?
Queensland. Yeah.
So-
Apologies, Ipswich. No, that was well done, Ipswich. Glad to have you here. A bit of a rough start. They got the bit out of sync with the drummers and the pipers, but they got it together, and then a bit of a rough end. But it was good to see a full tenor section, and this is the challenge for the ensemble judge. You know, the last band had no tenors. This band's got a full set of tenors doing quite good things.
Doing beautiful things. I'm enjoying the pink sticks as well.
Yeah, so that was good. They're happy with it.
Do you think there's sometimes a bit of a sigh of relief getting through the MSR and, you know, the first hit out for the weekend, getting through that and then sort of putting the mind to the medley and the street march going forward?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I presume they've been here before. I'm not sure, but it's slightly unfamiliar. It's not how they run competition in Australia exactly. So this is a bit different. I think they'll enjoy the street march with a bit of a crowd.
Well, we need to make a special point tomorrow of finding this kangaroo tune. I'm looking forward to it. No, congratulations. And again, it's just really cool to have bands from overseas coming over here to New Zealand, and the economic climate, you know, it's a bit tricky at the moment, so it is a massive undertaking for these bands to get all their gear and everyone and the band supporters to come across the Tasman. So great to have them here, and I'm sure they'll have a wonderful time.
Yeah, because actually a flight from Brisbane to Auckland's like 3 hours or something. It's not that big a deal coming over. It's kind of international travel. It kind of isn't.
Like pseudo-international.
Yeah.
You still need your passport, but it's almost
still need a passport. Yeah, that's
just
right.
a kindness thing.
I'm old enough to remember when you didn't have to have passports, but you do now.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I just thought passports were always required.
1982 they changed.
It was just before my time, Bill.
Yes.
Just. So we're coming back to New Zealand bands with our next one, Fielding and Districts. Where's Fielding?
Fielding is near Palmerston North.
Where's Palmerston North?
And Palmerston North is in the region of Manawatu, and everyone knows what that means.
What does it mean?
It means where the Manawatu Scottish Pipe Band come from.
I thought you were going to give us a te reo explanation of what Manawatu. I know tu is to stand or to rise. Manawa, I don't know. That might be our next Google in our next band display.
But it's sort of a southern North Island, lower North Island, you might say. So they're quite near to Palmerston North.
Farming community mostly?
Yes, so it's famous for its stockyards.
Oh.
So one of the beautiful towns of New Zealand. Except on a Friday, it smells like nothing on earth because it's full of cows and sheep doing awful things.
For those that don't know, Phil grew up down in the mighty Manawatu.
That's right.
And is very proud of his heritage down there. But Fielding being, 20 minutes out of Palmy?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you spent a Friday night at the stockyards?
I have.
Have you?
Yes. I lived in Fielding once.
Oh, did you?
I did, yes. I worked in a bank.
Oh.
And most of the customers were farmers, and it was a busy
Right.
Friday.
Yeah, dries of bones and
The
stubbies.
smell of manure is something I find most pleasant.
Quote that. We'll hang on to that from the weekend. Fantastic. So actually there is a little bit of theme. I mean, Ashburton County Scottish Society Pipe Band, who's coming up after Fielding, actually potentially a similar site. No, Ashburton's probably a bit bigger than Fielding, isn't it?
Something
South
similar.
Island?
I'd say something similar, and a similar profile, rural, service town, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Interesting. So those who are looking at the schedule of bands, you know, you've got a lot of bands here, number 2, like City of Ipswich Pipe Band number 2 and City of Melbourne Highland Pipe Band number 2. Let's talk a little bit around the number of bands that, I guess, entities are bringing to the national championships and to other competitions at the moment.
So this is a really cool thing now. Many more bands have got one or more junior bands that are feeding into them, or they might have. And they, again, as you said, that was an example of Ipswich, a mixture of ages, genders. Yeah, so there's a band who is obviously a feeder band, but also somewhere where older players can go to keep playing and contributing. So it works on both levels. Yeah. So we've got a lot of bands have got multiple bands. So we've got a band coming up soon. The Wellington Wren Hackle, they've got 3 bands here. Which is quite amazing.
Oh, it is. And I note in grade 3, so Ipswich, who we've just seen, and Melbourne, who will be playing later, they've got a number one band playing as well. So not only is it just bringing one band and the logistics and the administration of all of that, but it's also bringing another one across the Tasman, which is again quite a big undertaking. But also behind the scenes, the getting two bands ready for a contest of this magnitude, it's a pretty tall order.
Oh, well, yeah, the classic one is the ILT City of Invercargill. They've got over 100 players with over 4 bands. And a lot of those bands have also got players in the juvenile grade. So you have players who are under 18 or under are playing in a grade 4B or 4A, but also playing in the juvenile because they hit the age limit. Yeah. So, I mean, this is a really wonderful thing, isn't it?
Such a good news story. Excited to talk more about that during the day. Now, so those who are tuning in, we've been told that we're streaming in 4K, which is a bit swanky, but so people can, I think you can switch the settings in YouTube or where you're streaming to 4K to really get the crystal clear experience. We've got all the screens setting up here, and it looks pretty good. So the team from Five Stream and Brass Band have come over from Australia to support us to bring the live stream through to everybody around the world who might be tuning in.
So I just want to make a call out to Piers Dover. He says he wants to hear more about Phil's Friday nights at the Stockyards.
So do I, actually, to be fair.
He's been very, very sarcastic, Piers, and you'll pay for that. So
it's not 10 o'clock in the morning yet, but I think, we'll get a few more secrets out of Phil in the next few hours, I think. So thanks to Piers, who's put a comment on the YouTube. He's put that comment in on YouTube. So, and just a reminder too, if you are having a viewing party, or you are out and about or at work sneaking a little listen to the live stream during the day, chuck your posts up, hashtag New Zealand Nats 2024 and tag Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association, RNZPBA.
Yeah.
And we might be able to share those. We've got some gurus working out the back who do all that magic, eh?
That's right. So we've got a couple. It's always cool when you see the YouTube things. We've got someone from Croatia.
Oh, brilliant.
Listening, which is quite surprising. From Canada and from all around New Zealand. So look, this is fantastic.
Wonderful. Welcome. Good to have you here. So next band, Fielding and Districts.
Fielding and Districts. Okay, so we're going to get some tunes that we've heard before, in particular Mac and Irish again in the Strathspey, Duncan McInnes, March, and Sleeping Maggie, another well-known tune in the reel.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Here they go.
Again, as you've seen, for those who are newbies to the pipe band world, bands come up to the line or point A. They have a quick chat to their crew, get ready, and then they march on playing after 2 3-beat rolls coming into the circle.
Right, so Colin Sinclair, pipe major, drum sergeant Alan Cotton. It's also got other players, a lot of relatives, Alan's.
The Cottons?
Relatives, yep. So
big Fielding family.
It's a Fielding family here. So here we go.
Enjoy.
well done, Fielding and Districts. Yeah, they haven't competed at the Nationals for some time, if my memory serves me correctly. So really good to see them here. Yeah, so really good bass and tenor section. Alan Cotton is fantastic on the side drum. Some good playing, probably too many mistakes. They'd be a bit unhappy about that, but really good to see them here, and look forward to hearing their medley later on. Right, so coming up we've got the Ashburton County Scottish Society Pipe Band, and they
I've managed to find an Australian in the crowd. I think there's a few around today. Dean Hall, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Libby. Great to see you.
Yeah, you too. It's been a few years, I think, since we've been at a pipe band contest together.
Yes, I reckon probably Worlds 2010, possibly.
Back in the day. Back in the day. So Dean is drummer for the City of Melbourne. You've come all the way over here for the champs. How's it going so far?
Going great. We're all here. All the drums are here. All the uniform made it, so no baggage issues. And we've had a good run. So it's we're quite looking forward to for the day ahead.
Yeah, wonderful. So rain's not worrying you too much?
No, not really. We're used to World Championship sort of weather, so this is quite normal actually.
Yeah.
So it's fine. Yeah.
What is it that brings you guys over here for the New Zealand champs?
Very good question. Yeah, so the Australian Championships are on in a couple of weeks' time, on the 14th, I think, of April, and it's a good run-up for that. So it gives us an extra leverage.
Yeah.
So yeah, and we've got some great competition over here, some strong competition, Kiwi competition.
Absolutely, and we talked about that rivalry. Also, you know a lot of people in the scene. You're a bubbly kind of, friendly kind of guy. You're looking forward to the social aspect of the champs as well.
Absolutely, yes. I'm drum-salutely, I should say. We're looking forward to the Kaylee. Believe there's a Kaylee on later on. So if there's not, we'll make one. And it's going to be great.
Fantastic. We might need to live stream the Kaylee as well. I know where there's maybe Dean and a pipe, there's always a party. So thanks for joining us, Dean. Good luck for today and tomorrow, and we'll catch up with you at that Kaylee.
Cool. Thanks.
Well, that was a good interview, Libby, and it does illustrate the point that we're quite close to Australia, and bands come over here to improve their standards, so that when they go back to compete in Australia, they're doing the business there. So, this whole thing about the competition between Australia and New Zealand is more of a fun thing than a real thing. So it's fantastic. Yeah. So coming up, we've got the Ashburton County Scottish Society Pipe Band, and it's near Christchurch, where the Canterbury Caledonian Pipe Band is from. So another service town. I've never been to their stockyards, so I can't talk about that, but it's a really good band with a very strong history. They're going to play some tunes that I need to find on my list here. Here we go. 79th Farewell to Gibraltar, very famous 2/4 march. I'm sure you know that. Captain Colin Campbell, again a famous thrash bass, and Colin McLeod, popular really, so that's good. So looking forward to that from the Ashburton County Scottish Pipe Band, led by Pipe Major Leighton Terry and Drum Sergeant Samantha Doak. Yeah, from one of these Canterbury bands that are very strong region for piping and drumming in New Zealand. And we've got a number of other bands from that region coming up throughout the day, so we'll cross to those when we get to them. And just a couple of call-outs here. I'd like to call out Ken Ella in Canada. He's an old mate of ours in New Zealand, so I hope you're listening, Ken. It'd be good to have you back here one of these days, so I hope you're keeping well. Ivan Levy from Wellington, and Pat. I hope you're listening, Ivan, and calling out to you. Ex-lead side with the City of Wellington, ex-bass drummer, folk musician, and general Renaissance man, Ivan Levy. Yeah, hope you're listening, Ivan. And I'd like to call out, and this is a little indulgent, is my mother, Jenny Mayer, famous for Jenny Mayer Square Day in Palmerston North, December every year. Hope you're listening, Mum. And yeah, that's good. So at the moment, how this is working is we've got a band playing on panel 2, their medley event, and MSR for the 4As, and we'll see them in their medley soon. So what's happening is they're alternating. When this band finishes, the next band, which is Ashburton, will front up to the March Festival. Well done, Libby.
Thank you. It's nice to see old friends out there and have a bit of a chat to them at the same time. Dean and I played in the Pipe Band Club in Australia.
Oh, really?
We
Okay.
stood next to each other in the drum corps for a couple of seasons, which was good, and spent a bit of time at the Todd Bar and in Glasgow, as many of us have. So it's always good to see it. And that's one of my favourite parts of the Nationals. It's not only hearing the music, but it's actually catching up with those old friends that, you know, you've got a lifetime of memories with people, and my lifetime's ever so slightly shorter.
So you're just telling me I'm really quite old.
No, not at all.
Thanks for that.
Not at all. But it's just catching up and seeing people. You know, I've just spotted Ian and Helen Lone walking into the grounds. Ian was my first pipe major in Taupo District's pipe band when I was 11 years old, and it's just great to see people. No one really gets much older though, do they? Everyone just looks the same.
You're trying to back out of it.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to get
it's not working.
pull my foot out of my mouth.
No, it's all good. It's all good, and you're absolutely right. Okay, so the band on the other board's finished, and I guess we'll be looking to hear Ashburton. Not here yet, but they will be getting here soon, hopefully. What else do we want to talk about? Any other call-outs? One I'd like to make is pipes, drums.
Yeah, Andrew
one word.
Berthoff.
Andrew Berthoff. So hello, Andrew. I hope you're listening, and we'd really like to thank you for all the wonderful things you do for the movement, all your articles and your commentary and your interviews. The way you're doing those YouTube interviews are fantastic.
And I'm a big fan of his work, but it's just great to see journalism in pipe bands. It's not, there's a lot of soft stuff and it's great, but it's good. Andrew's not afraid to ask the hard questions and talk to people that people want to know what's going on and dig into a lot of issues, but also brings really cool stories to the community across the world.
Yeah, like the one recently with the older learners, adult learners. That's an issue, isn't it?
Super cool. Yeah.
And that was interesting. That was super interesting. So keep it up, Andrew. Thanks.
And
for your support.
and probably I know he did a story from woman. The perspective of women in pipe bands, and that's always really good. I remember about 10 years ago, the number of women playing, especially in grade 1 across the world, was quite low, but it is pleasing to see that number growing year on year, and seeing women in leadership positions in pipe bands as well, which is fantastic.
Just need you to come back and play in a band.
Well and truly retired. My hands, I don't know, I think about it sometimes, but
Tiffany, she can play the side drum and the bass drum and the tenor.
no, I always wanted to play the tenor.
Why don't you do that? There you go.
Could do. I do more Pilates these days, so maybe I'll be a better tenor drummer than I ever was a side drummer.
Right, so they're coming up to the line now. And I've already mentioned their tunes, but I'm happy to go through them again. 79th Farewell to Gibraltar March, Captain Colin Campbell, Strathspey, Colin McLeod. Good luck. Ashburton County Scottish Pipe Band. so you can sort of pick that up in the dance music.
You can.
There's
and
obviously little errors and things.
it would be remiss of me to not comment on what is a sensational moustache.
I'm glad you like it.
Like
Lydia.
5 out of 5. That's just class.
I'm sure.
I'm going to come under fire, I'm sure. Like, chuck your comments. If you're listening in, chuck your
I'm
comments
sure
into the
Leighton's
feed
going to
around
love
my
you for that. Yeah.
hashtag NZ band. I need to double check this hashtag to make sure I'm not putting anyone astray. No, hashtags are very important. Here we go. NZNats24. Hashtag NZNats24 and Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association.
Yeah.
5-star moustache.
5-star, you think?
Yeah, I think I've started something. Anyway, speaking of comments online, thanks so much to those who are joining us. I know we've got people joining from across the globe, actually. And now Janet has asked about the Invercargill MSR. So Invercargill were due to play at 9:06 this morning, so first up. We got stuck in traffic, unfortunately, as is sometimes a little bit of a hazard here in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. So they will be playing after Hukanui Celtic Social Pipe Band at around, I'd say, 20 past 11. So they will be playing. They've just been moved to the end of the schedule.
That's right.
So, and Piers, who had previously commented about the Stockyard Friday night sessions that Phil had been a part of, in your comment, has supported my moustache calls. Thanks, Piers.
You need to get a hobby, Piers.
I'm a man.
You need to get a hobby, Piers.
So Lone Piper in Croatia, who's an ex-member of City of Sales Pipe Band, thanks for tuning in. It's probably getting a little bit late over there in Europe. And we've got Piping Hot Mess, excitedly watching from Ottawa, Canada. And Emily, who's in the Hawke's Bay, who's bottling peaches. If you could do anything on a Friday, wasn't sitting here having a chat about pipe bands, would you be bottling peaches?
Actually, I have bottled peaches before. It's not all stockyards for me. I can bottle them.
On a Friday night?
I'm in touch
Or
with.
was that more a Sunday morning activity for you?
No, I'm not much of a peach bottler.
I love a
I like the
preserved
idea of
peach.
it. I like the idea of it, but no.
I think I might like a bottled peach more than a fresh peach, but anyway. And also just a wee note to those who are asking about the 4A MSR. We're not live streaming it, but we are recording it. So the performances will be available on YouTube on our RNZ PBA site from later in the weekend, but we just logistically, the circles are quite close to each other and it's quite difficult for us to do both. There's a bit of overlap. So.
Yeah, that's right. So there is going to be a little bit of overlap. We're both are playing, which is okay. It won't affect the judges. And we've got a band playing right now, actually. But the next band coming up is the Wellington Red Heckle 4B. It's one of their 3 bands they have here.
We had RSA Franklin.
So we haven't had RSA Franklin.
Now we're forgetting the Aussies.
So let's talk about them first.
Okay. RSA, Return Services Association?
Yeah.
That's what it is, isn't it? She might not be Australian. Hang on a minute.
No, they're New Zealand.
They're Kiwis. There's a Franklin in Australia, right? Let's just do
Yeah,
a
so an
rewind.
RSA is a term for New Zealand Return Services.
RSL is
Agent.
Australia.
In Australia, it's
That's
RSL.
yeah.
Return Services League, I think it is. So this is a South Auckland band, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really know them, to be honest.
I don't either. I was actually thinking, I'm not sure if I have heard them play before.
So this is the advantage of moving these. We have these competitions in different locations every year.
Pukekohe, I've just checked.
Yeah. So the downside to that is we have to crank up organisers every year for a one-off. But the good thing is that bands like this, who may not travel generally, they just have to go across the Auckland Harbour Bridge and they're at a competition, and so they're going to compete. And it may kick them into travelling in the future. So it's a really good thing to get them out onto the playing field.
So bands that aren't competing, such as RSA Franklin,
I think they do compete locally.
yeah, but they're not travelling.
No, they might not go to Invercargill,
Yeah.
depending on the strength at the time.
What do their weekends look like, do you think, in terms of the performances that they're doing outside of competition?
Oh, this would be a very strong community-based band, which I guess you're talking about. They'll be playing they're an RSA band, so they'll be playing at Anzac Day parades, which is a very big thing in Australia and New Zealand, which is a commemoration of Anzac in World War One, and in Australia as well. So they'll be doing a lot of events for the RSA. They'll be doing school fairs, they'll be doing street parades, they'll be doing whatever. They'll be getting invites to many things. Yeah.
Good stuff in the community, which
Yeah.
is always great to see. And that is one of the benefits of pipe bands. It's not just around the music, the camaraderie and the social factor, but it's that community good almost of putting something back into the community.
That's right. Yeah, yeah, and it's this thing you mentioned before about hanging out with your mates somewhere. You know, it's a really fantastic thing. As you get to be my advanced years, Libby, as you thankfully reminded me,
Subtly.
the camaraderie and the nostalgia becomes more important.
Absolutely.
It's true enough.
Now, we've talked a couple of times about the weather. It's getting a bit brighter here as we work through the grade 4B MSR, and we've got Logan White leading the band, Pipe Major Logan White, and leading drummer Stoney Burke. Let's talk a little bit around those MSR tunes.
Athol and Brodalbin Gathering.
Oh, good pronunciation.
So everyone knows this tune. Another well-known, the Kilrow. If you've ever been to a Highland dancing event, they're playing the Kilrow often, and the Mary Blacksmith. So these are well-known tunes, and look forward to hearing them.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So here they are, the line. Pipe Major will be taking his foot in a minute, and the band will be off. Rod Miller's giving them a comforting words from Uncle Rod. He's a very
Contest supervisor Rod, I think it is.
yeah.
Call him
He's
Uncle
very
Rod
good at
from
that.
now on.
He puts people at ease. So
Enjoy this performance from RSA Franklin Pipe Band in grade 4B. Have we just ousted you on, like international live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have.
Okay, this is not an opportunity to drop a knee or anything. No, anyway, we won't put you under that much pressure, but we've got a couple of players here from City of Invercargill. How's your day going so far?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, the weather is kind of holding out, but no, I'm looking forward to playing in the circle today.
Yep. And do you want to tell the folk at home what you play?
I play the snare drum for the Invercargill Pipe Band.
Yeah. Bit of a boss drummer?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. And yourself, sir?
I also play the snare drum.
Oh, so it's power couple in the back rank.
Yeah.
Excellent, cool. When are you playing? You're looking very chilled, and you're playing later today.
Yeah, so we're playing for the juvenile later today. I think it's at 4:30, so got the whole day to ourselves. Yeah.
So you got the whole day, and you're already in your kit.
Yeah, prepared. Yeah.
That's dedication, eh?
Yeah, you have to be ready all times.
Yeah.
And we've got a friend over here who's not looking ready.
Yeah, managed to dodge playing today, so that's all right. I'm too old for the juvies now.
Too old for the Jews. Invercargill's got about 4 other bands, right?
Yeah, no, yep. So, yeah, well, I'll have my time tomorrow with Grade 1, so that'll be good. That'll be good. Excited for it.
Fantastic. So when you're not playing, with Grade 1 being tomorrow, you're helping these guys out?
Pretty much, yeah. It's we've got 105 of us travelling up here, so like there's a huge group. So just lugging the drums on and off the, getting them ready to the boards and that. So yeah, a lot of young kids, so they'll be pretty tired. So yeah, just here to support today. Yeah.
Did you commandeer a whole Air New Zealand plane to get up here?
We all had to actually make our own way. The band didn't want to book us bulk flights this year. I can understand why. Some of us had about 13 hours travel to get here with layovers in Christchurch, so it's good to finally be here.
That is commitment and a half. Hey, well, guys, have a fantastic couple of days. Good luck. Good luck with finding all the kid and when you're not being a lackey and all that. Have a great couple of days and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
That'll be really good. So they're obviously here now, the Invercargill band, so that's a good sign. All those 3 are Grade 1 players, but the underage, under 18 or under, and so they're playing in the juvenile grades. That's what's going on here. So that's good. Right, coming up, we've got the Wellington Red Heckle Pipe Band 4B. They have a 4A band and they have a Grade 2 band. So this one's run by Davey Welsh and Drum Sergeant Katrina Berry. This is a mixture of ages and standards, and it's their feeder, their learner band really, and it's a band that hasn't had a lot of outings recently. There's a newish band, so this is really good to see them here. Another band with three bands coming. They would have, I don't know how many players, probably not 105, but many players. So they're playing Duncan McGuinness, the Marcus Huntley's Highland Fling, and the Sound of Sleet. So again, some really well-known tunes and played competently, we hope. Yeah, so that's the Wellington Red Heckle Band Grade 4B. Yeah, and that'll be soon. So we've got a band just playing up on the other board right now. They're playing their MSR event, and as Livy said, quite rightly, these recordings will be available after the event, so don't feel like you've missed out on them. You'll be able to hear them when they get put up on the website, and we'll do that as quickly as we can. So this band will finish, and then shortly after that, the Red Heckle band will play their MSR. Take a break now for a minute.
Phil, I don't know about you, I get really encouraged by seeing the young people just really buzzing about being here. It's cool chatting to them,
It is.
about just coming down, and they're kind of frothing already, they're not playing until later today, and they're here and listening and catching up with friends, and It's really neat to see.
Imagine, you know, you and I have done plenty of band trips, but have we ever been in a band with 105 players in it? What was that like?
It just, remembering everyone's names, the logistics of it. I think this is probably, I want to make a shout out to people behind the scenes who are organising flights, organising accommodation, organising, you know, bottles of water and food, and just, and a lot of those, the 105, they're young people. So it's the, you know, the care of them as well, and it's pretty impressive. And the bands are doing well. You know, Invercargill, they're doing well, they're playing well, and that the behind the scenes setup must just be phenomenal.
So this is probably an appropriate time for a call out for Alistair McGregor, because he ticks a whole lot of boxes from what you just
really
said.
does.
So the number one for us is that he's the one who's organised with him and Liam Kernahan this whole live stream and the details of it. So hats off to them, they're fantastic.
Oh, absolutely.
He even brings us coffee, so he's a saint of a man.
We've had coffee. I've got a cup of tea getting cold there just in case, but you know, it's
But the other side to that is that he's the sort of power behind the throne of the whole Invercargill, the 105 players. If it wasn't for him, that probably wouldn't have been possible.
No, not
Over
at
a
all.
long period of time, he's built that thing up, and it's fantastic, really.
I think someone was saying, you know, not that long ago, the City of Invercargill, sponsored by ILT, there was nothing. There wasn't a band, or there was a very small band, a few players, but now they've built up into this, what do you call it?
A behemoth.
A behemoth of
Behemoth.
bands
Can't even say the word properly.
at the bottom of the South Island, and Invercargill's population is not big.
That's right.
Maybe 40, 50, 60,000 people. We'll look that up as well. But to have, as a percentage of a population, that many pipe bands people playing and growing through the ranks is, my hat goes off to them all, everyone who's involved.
Yeah, and towns like that are often losing young people to go to study out of Invercargill, and sometimes they don't come back. So it's even doubly challenging. But then a town like Invercargill, the cool thing about places like that is that they've got to do their own thing. They can't rely on visiting performers or outsiders, and they do.
Absolutely. And I wonder if this is something I'd love to touch on through the course of today, the culture of the band. And the culture that helps people stay. You know, there could be a high grade band or a different band option for them if they are moving out of town, but it's the culture that keeps them there.
Yeah, that's right.
So Wellington Red Hackle Pipe Band is our next band, one that's close to your heart, Phil.
Yep, that's right. Davey Welsh is another. They're everywhere. He's another saint of a man. He's taught a good number of these players himself, the pipers at least, and likewise Katrina with the side drummers. So there's a labour of love for these people, and and over a period of time, they've built up this feeder band into the Grade 1 and Grade 2 band, I should say. And it's Wellington based, Lower North Island, and here they come.
The tunes being Duncan McInnes, the Marquis of Huntley's Highland Fling, and the sound of Sleet. Some classic tunes there.
That's right. Yeah. So and this is what you want to do with a learner band like this. I guess you could call it that. I think it's safe to say this is a learner band, and it's the kind of tunes you want to get under your belt as part of your growth as a player.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We wish them all the best. Red Hackle Pipe Band from Wellington.
well done, Wellington Red Hackle Pipe Band. They'll be happy with that. Yeah, they're learning band, and that's you can see there's quite a lot of young players in there. This will be their first at a national pipe band contest. It's also got adult learners in there, and I want to make a call out to Brett Reed. I sat next to him on the plane coming here yesterday, and I had never met him before. Lovely fellow. Apparently he is no relation to the Proclaimers brothers, the Reed, so I was really hoping he was their first cousin or something, but he's not. Anyway, Wellington Red Hackle, fantastic, and well done, Davey Welsh. You'll be proud of yourself there, and Katrina. So well done. This band has got the 3 bands are here, so there's more than 60 players I've got here. They've been hit by COVID this week, so they're a bit down on numbers, I think, although some people are still kind of recovering. So it's a bit tough on them, they're having a tough time, but well done, Wellington Red Hackle. Libby's back. So
Hello.
the Red Hackle, that's the learner band, and they can be proud of themselves, I think.
Oh, they can. And I mean, you look at the young folk in there. For a lot of them, this might be their first contest. And it's cool. I don't know if you've mentioned, Phil, but some of Katrina and Chris there on the bass drum, their kids playing in the band. It's just neat to see different generations.
That's right, and it's one of these. It's a learner band, you know. So what I mean is, it's an organisation that is teaching, and that is a bit of a change in New Zealand.
It is, and it's great to see it happened, I guess, at the right time, because internationally numbers of the membership of pipe bands was declining slightly. Where I think we're still pretty strong, not seeing massive climbs, but I think people proactively have recognised that the only way to keep numbers strong is to have those teaching programs.
That's right, and it's a hell of a commitment, isn't it? It's hard work, and take a hat off to them.
It is.
Especially Davey Welsh, Katrina, and as you mentioned, Chris in the midsection. Yep.
Absolutely. So well done to Wellington Red Hackle. Speaking of young people, St Kentigern's College is our next band coming up. Band here in Auckland?
That's right. Yes, a school band, private school in Auckland.
Talk to us a little bit about school bands. There's a few that are in the mix, St Andrews being probably the most successful school band.
By far,
ever. St Kentigern's, Scots College. Let's talk a little bit around those school bands and how piping and drumming becomes part of the curriculum.
Yeah, so obviously St Andrews are the gold standard in New Zealand. It's playing in the band is a considerable achievement. Again, they've got three bands or more, and so to get to play in their grade 2 band, you've got to go through the repechage of all these other groups, so it's a big thing. It's like being in sporting terms, it's like being in the first 15 or first 11. Cricket, rugby, whatever.
Getting your slot in that number 1 band in grade 2.
Yeah, it's a big thing. I guess the challenge with these school bands is sometimes for these players it's a thing they do at school, and then they leave and they stop playing, but I think that's an international issue. You just got to put up with that, I guess. It's just the breaks. But I haven't heard St Kentigern's very often. It's had the pipe major Andrew Lightfoot as their tutor. He's been teaching this band for a very long time. I don't know the drum sergeant, Fraser McKeown, but they've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, and some of the players around New Zealand have been in this band. So they're doing their job by populating other bands with their players. Yeah, so we'll see how they go. They're going to play. What are they going to play, Libby? The Inverness Gathering, Dawny Ferry, and Johnny McDonald's Reel.
Interesting.
So again, classic tunes.
So you're talking there around St Andrews, another one of the school bands, and many of us were lucky to see a new documentary that's been created by the Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association, 12,000 Miles. St Andrews featured, and it's quite interesting to see behind the scenes of they've got a very professional setup. You've got professional tutors and Richard and Jamie Hawke and others who are actually working in the school day to day with a large number of kids coming through that program.
Yeah, Graham Bryce really is there.
And Graham
Bryce, yeah. Yeah, no, that's right. I just want to do a shout out though to some of the lesser band. So she's doing sterling work there. And my old school is Palmerston Boys High School. And actually, I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for that school, because they had a tutor.
Right.
Granoga, we used to come in and
Yep.
so I started playing with them. At the moment, the tutor for that school band is Stuart Easton. So they're not getting rubbish teachers there either.
No,
so
Stuart Easton, who's on the pen today.
yeah, so there's other schools that are under the radar a little bit, but they're having a piping thing. And you might not see them very often, but they're doing school events and so on, and their players end up out in other bands.
Yeah.
I was one.
That is good to see.
Stuart McKenzie is another one with the Palmerston Boys.
Yep.
So comes from a piping family, so that helps. But
I'm assuming his brother Fraser also went to Palmerston.
yeah, that's right.
A snare drummer.
Yeah. I think more people should join the school pipe band, because it's a really good opportunity to get out of sporting events.
Yes.
Because you
Less injuries as well.
call a practice when there's some boring thing on at school. That's what I did.
Is it really? That's smart. That is smart.
Wouldn't work at St Andrews and Scots or St Kettigans, but it did at Palmerston Boys. Yeah.
Fantastic. No, it is good to see. Where I grew up, we didn't have any school bands, unfortunately. But again, we were in grade 4 and moved into grade 3. But most of our band was young people, so it almost felt like and we all went to the same school, so we definitely got together during school hours sometimes and bunked off a couple of other classes to some very important nationals practice. It was a bit more important than English and maths at that stage.
I've just spoken to Ian Lone, actually.
Have you?
Yeah, so he's here.
I bumped into him.
Yeah, so he was the pipe major at that time.
He was.
And from a stalwart piping family in New Zealand. His brothers Richard and Robert are players.
Something we've talked about quite a bit is these piping and drumming families.
Yeah.
So the Cottons, the Berries, the Lones, the Hawks. There's so many of them. Where families or parents have brought their kids through, and then they've carried on, and their kids, they've got kids of their own now that'll probably carry on in future generations.
Yeah. So I don't want to personalise this really, but my father went to John McGlashan College in Dunedin and learned pipes at school. But he turned out to be much better at rugby than bagpiping and stopped playing.
Right.
But as a child, there was the bagpipes at home, and he would play Loch Rannoch on the Jana sometimes, and it got me started. And then my sister married a bagpiper, and so all her 4 children have been involved.
Yep.
So we're already into 3rd generation, just because my father went to a school band.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, so
Can flow through.
it's fantastic. So we've got the band coming up to the line now. St Kettigans College Pipes and Drums, and I'll be interested to hear how they sound. Haven't heard them for a long time.
They look smart. A pretty decent sized band, which is great to see.
Yes.
St Kitts is an I'm trying to think, all boys? We've got there. No.
I know, I think it's one of these schools like St Andrews, like
It's
Scots,
moved into...
that have become co-ed schools.
Yeah, which is great to see.
I don't know for sure, don't quote me on that. Andrew Lightfoot's talking to Rod.
What do you think they're discussing? Lovely day for
Probably
pipe
the weather.
bands.
The weather.
Excellent.
When he's hot, he's hitting him on the elbow.
So don't stuff
He's
it up,
saying,
Andrew.
Andrew, I just think you're the greatest guy.
Oh, Andrew, you're so good.
I'm so glad you're here, Andrew. Have a good run.
Of course. It's all positive, isn't it?
It is.
Always.
It is.
I will enjoy this performance from St Kentigern's College.
Runts and Kennigans.
That was cool.
I didn't know what to expect.
No, me neither,
and
actually.
it's a big band, big sound. I take my hat off to Andrew Lightfoot for that. This to me, I think, is an improvement of this band, and he's got all sections on the go as well.
He
Big
has.
sections, big groups in each section, playing pretty well together. No, bloody good.
Yep, looking good. 12 pipers. It's pretty
Yep.
solid. We've got a full midsection and a solid snare section as well. Who were playing nicely.
Especially in the march, they were playing well together.
Musical.
Nice big tenor section, and they're learning. You know, so that's a step up. And congratulations, Andrew, for that.
I'm excited to hear their medley actually. I do love an MSR, but medley's kind of like, it's shaking it off, but they look confident here. Like, well done to them. It can be hard, and again, some of those kids, those young people, they might not have had a lot of contest experience, and they've put a confident performance on the board, and they should be really
So
proud.
there's an advantage of having the contest in Auckland. There'll be no problems with them getting to the contest.
No.
They're getting a day off school, so I'm sure none of them are turning that down.
No.
And they don't have to travel, so you're not going to get people pulling out to play sport or whatever it is that are the challenges for these school bands. So
I wish it was like that when you actually have a job. Just bunk off work and life responsibilities, eh? We've kind of done that.
are you not enjoying your work?
No, you have to take leave. Anyway, it's good to be. I'd always take leave to come here. Travelled up yesterday, and it's just so great to be here.
Yeah.
Really excited, and we're only just getting started.
And the weather's clearing up. Touch wood, although there are some black clouds.
We said that before. We
There's
said
some
the
black
weather's clearing up. Get rid of all your raincoats and your umbrellas, and next minute we're raining again. But hey, that's just adding to the character of the day. And I've seen some waterproof overpants. We've seen a lot of Inverness capes around. I've seen a lot of ponchos too.
Ponchos?
Yeah, ponchos. I'm on the fence with ponchos. They're quite good. They're very lightweight. They're very cheap. Not good for the environment, but also.
We're going to get a Mexican wave.
Are we?
Well, ponchos.
Oh.
Sorry, terrible joke. Dad joke.
But now I want to. Actually, that's something that we can try and set off tomorrow when there's a few more people around the ground. Some Mexican wave. So if anyone's listening today, he'll be here tomorrow in person. Mexican wave.
So I just had a text from the Red Heckle Band, Pipe Major Ryan Roger. They're a 75 member band.
75.
75.
That's phenomenal. I remember when the band, not that long ago, really, in the grand scheme of things, was just one band.
Yeah.
In grade, they must have started in the lower grades. And
So yeah, the grade 2 band, they were grade 4, and most years they went up a grade, and they're in grade 2 now. Yeah, having some challenges with numbers and so on. Because of grade 2 band in Wellington, their best players are going to shoot off to
go to grade 1.
None or two Scottish or some other grade 1 band. So it's always a challenge, but you just have to take it.
75, that's really impressive. And again, kudos to Davey Welsh and the team for the work that they put in behind the scenes. That doesn't just happen. You don't just get 75 people knocking on your door saying, hey, can I come and play for your band? There's a lot of hard work that goes into attracting players, teaching them, and then retaining them too.
Yeah, and like all these successful organisations have got a good governing structure. Sensible people doing good things.
So important. So important. So good on them. Well, more excitement. Our next band is coming up to the line. Another Auckland pipe band, City of Sails. What do you know about this band? Pipe major Kerry Ballantyne.
Well, he's been pipe major for a long time.
A long time.
Yeah, and it's a very solid band. Big band. By the look of it. Big band. They've got a strong identity. They play. We talked about this before. A lot of community events. And they same thing. Kerry's been running this for a long time. Managed to keep it going with big numbers. By the look of them, they're teaching. Maybe they're picking up some Kennigan's players. I don't know.
Who knows?
So and they're a wonderful band.
The drummers are under the leadership of Gabriella Hancock, and excited to hear their performance.
So we're going to get from them the Atherland Development Gathering again. So as you can see, the same tunes. Jennifer Finlayson, Strathspey. A really nice Strathspey. Colonel McLeod as well, which we've also heard
I
today.
like Colonel McLeod.
Yeah, so this is where we might get just a little bit of overlap. Because at the other board we've got a band playing their event.
So usually what happens is with the two boards is you will only have one band playing at a time. One will play and the program is set up so that there isn't an overlap. But just with the changes we've had to make at the start today because one of the bands got unfortunately stuck in traffic, there's just a minute perhaps of overlap which we're trying to work around. And so for those of you online as well who are wanting to see the Grade 4A MSR, it's not being streamed today, but it is being recorded. So those performances will be available later in the weekend, or after the weekend. They'll all be uploaded. We're just not able to live stream both of these circles this morning. So don't fear, you'll be able to hear your friends and family, just not live, unfortunately.
Alright, so that band is now finished. I'd just like to thank everyone who's saying nice things about it.
Yeah, we'll come to some of those comments after.
Yeah, well to put the boot in if you want, but we're having fun regardless.
We are having fun. Hoping to see more moustaches. Good
So
moustache.
take it, we used to talk about dogs, Libby, and now we're on to moustaches. Is that the...
We could still. I haven't seen a dog yet. We could talk about Crocs, not the animals, but the footwear. But I'm hoping to see a few more dogs later today. In the meantime, enjoy City of Sales MSR performance.
Island City of Sales.
Big performance from a big band.
Big band, yeah. So that was good. They had some issues in the march between the side drummers and the pipers, getting out of sync a bit. So I guess that's the thing.
That's something ensemble judges will pick up.
Yeah, that's their job really. Yeah, I think bass and tenor as well. Something ensemble put more effort in than you might think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not just an optional extra.
They really
bass
add to
the tenors in particular. They can really lift it. Yeah. So
really add to the whole package, don't they?
that's right. So I want to make a call out on this band, which is Craig Ritchie, an old friend from Wellington. He's in the front rank there. He lives in South Australia.
Ah.
But he comes over every year and plays with them. So this is another part of this cross fertilisation between the.
Is that what we call it?
The trans-Tasman bands, you could say. Yeah.
When rivalries become friendships that
that's right.
last for years.
That's right. Yeah. So City of Sales pipe band. Well done.
Well done, big band. Thought we would just have a look at some of the comments coming through on the stream. So again, well done to anyone who is, well done to everyone who's tuning in, but probably to those who are staying awake, and we'll try and stay awake through the night tonight and tomorrow night. We've got people watching from Northern Ireland, Rod Cranston. We have got Glenys Hewitson from Palmerston North. That's not overseas, but it's a wee way away. Sheila Beckers, whose sister Alice has competed in her first nationals with Wellington Red Hackle 4B. That's cool to see. We've got Penny and Mike Madden, good people from Napier, who are wishing best of luck to Hawke's Bay Caledonian, who will be playing later today. Piper Girl, kia ora from Virginia in the States. We really do have an international audience. And again, those who are looking for 4A in the alternative circle, we're not live streaming that today, unfortunately. The 2 circles running, just the one. But those performances will be available on YouTube later in the weekend and after the weekend for everyone to see and share and celebrate. The rain stopped.
For now.
We should just stop talking about it, because it seems like every time we do, it starts raining again. But and the crowd's building. Good to see a few people here. A combination of bands who are maybe having a break or getting ready to play, or bands people who are supporting other bands. But the crowd is building. It's great. Here in Oniwa Domain and Northcote on the north shore of Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau.
Yeah. So. We've got another band coming on in the 4A MSR. We're not going to hear them. They're on the other board, as Libby said. So, but I thought I might just point out who the judges are on the other panel.
Yeah, sounds
just
good.
talk about those, and we'll certainly see them tomorrow. And that is Brian Switala, our number one judge in New Zealand. You could say he's a RSPBA judge, so travels to Scotland most years to judge. And he's he's also the convener of the judges in New Zealand. So
does that make him the sort of head honcho judge, do you think?
He is, yeah, that's exactly right. And he's well experienced, played at the top level, both here and overseas, and he's a wonderful soloist as well. So.
And an all-round nice guy. And I think his wife is here as well.
Yeah, Jilly. Right, and so also we have Martin Fruin, ex-pipe major of the Auckland and Districts pipe band. Again, a wonderful player.
Amazing
very creative chap. A top soloist as well. And he's from Dunedin, but he lives in Sydney. So this is part of this cross-fertilisation. He's over, which is great to see him. And on ensemble, we were meant to have Ross Levy, but he couldn't make it. So instead we've got Ian Ferguson, another ex-pipe major of the City of Wellington pipe band. Good
replacement.
Wonderful human being. A man I love deeply. He doesn't have a good moustache, but he's still a great guy. So we have Ian Ferguson and Gordon Parks. I'm sure no one's ever heard of Gordon Parks.
Wow.
On the side drumming. So, yeah, we're going top shelf judges here. It's fantastic to have Gordon. Wonderful man, and and he's. I don't have to explain to anyone about how good he is and what he knows. So we're well served with judges here.
Brilliant. We've also got a couple of dress judges, I believe, who wouldn't usually be in the circle for your centre contests or your more regional contests, judging dress in the circle, but we've got a couple of dress judges as well.
Yes, so at the national contest, as part of our rules, there's a dress prize which someone has to judge. There's also a bass and tenor prize, and so there's someone judging those events. Cameron Love, who's a wonderful exponent of the bass and tenor.
He is. From
Canterbury. He's a great guy as well. So he's there doing the judging, and I think they're the hardest working judges.
Say so.
Because they've got to judge everything.
They have to do everything.
Yeah. So there's him, and then there's also there's a drum majors competition.
Yes.
And then we've got the drill people tomorrow. The street march is a street parade, essentially, but we have judges for the drill.
Yes.
For that. Yeah,
it's a bit of a theme I'm picking up there, Phil, around, they're good guys, and I don't think you're being biased in your assessment of these gentlemen and women, but they're good human beings.
There's some people, I can't stand them, and they hate me, but I'm not going to mention them.
No, they're not here, of course.
I'm not serious. Don't take me seriously. No.
No, it's tremendous to see, and a lot of really successful solo pipers as well who are on the pen this weekend, who have played in bands but have got a really strong solo piping career behind them all that they're still very involved in. As you know, it's a long way from here to Scotland or overseas to play in those really esteemed solo piping competitions, but it is something that I know a lot of these guys do.
So we're a bit lucky in New Zealand, I think, which is we've got people like Stuart Easton and Liam Kernahan who've played in bands recently and are top soloists, and we've got them judging quite early at a young age
in their careers. Yes,
they're not old guys like me. So these are people who are recent experience, know the music better than anyone around, and are good judges. So I think I quite like the idea of getting these young judges, getting them trained up. Yep. So the other thing is Ross Levy is going to be here. I understand he is starting to go through the process of becoming an RSPBA certified judge. There's a process, and so good luck, Ross, with that.
Yeah, good luck. It's great to have drummers doing that.
So it's quite a commitment, and I'm glad we might end up with two.
Absolutely.
Which is be a wonderful thing. So the judges are coming out again, and we've got the City of Dunedin. City of Dunedin pipe band, my favourite city on the entire planet. And we have Murray Tannock as the pipe major, and we have drum sergeant Sam Coots, both good players and well experienced. So this is a band I would say is on the up, and I've heard them a bit, and they are improving. Yeah. Sorry, while I remember, Doug McRae is another one I want to make for the City of Sales band. He's an old friend, but he's a man from Australia, so he's not even a New Zealander. So here we go, and they're going to play The Siege of Delhi, Dorota Bridge, and Sound of Sleep. So these are tunes we know well, and I hope you enjoy them. down City of Dunedin. So I would say that's an improvement in their sound. And I understand they have new chanters and they're getting some help from Jeff Hellberg, and so that's working, I think. Certainly in the March, it was a major step up from where they've been. So well done, Murray Tannock and your team. And I thought the sides was strong.
They were strong.
For that grade, it was
good
fantastic.
John Patton there with, I don't know if is it a moustache or is it a goatee? We'll try and track down John there on the left hand, right there.
So they have recruited well in the back rank.
John's a former Grade 1 player.
Yeah, and they've also got Wayne Spence.
Also a former Grade 1 player.
That's right. So and Sam Coots is obviously a Grade 1 player as well. So yeah, no, that's really it's lifting the band. They've still got some work to do on that pipe sound, but it's good. Yeah, so it's a really major step up.
City of Dunedin previously has been in, just trying to rack my brains, I think it's been up as high as Grade 2.
Depends how far you want to go back, Libby. But Brian Tortella's an ex-pipe major when they were in Grade 1 a long time ago, but probably before you were born. So, but yeah, no, they have been up there. And it's another one of these strong traditional centres of piping in New Zealand. That's where my connection comes from with my father. But and hopefully they're on the way up. Yeah.
Very Scottish, I think. Dunedin is the Edinburgh of the South, so very Scottish heritage in the city. It is a beautiful place. I really do. I enjoy it. My family, Northern Irish, and first came into New Zealand through Port Chalmers, so it's neat to see the band and the strong Scottish heritage there.
So Murray Tannock is, I think he's an academic of some sort, and he plays at the ceremonies in the town hall for the graduations.
For the university?
Yeah. So I've had all my children through Otago University.
Have you?
And my wife. So I've been to a number of them, and he's playing at them, and he's a good player.
Yep.
So, and it's a tradition.
Fantastic.
They're trying to keep alive, so it's fantastic.
So it's just gone 11 o'clock here in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, and we're getting through these 4B MSRs. Only 2 more bands to go. Sorry, I lie. 3, because City of Invercargill Highland Pipe Band, who were due to be on first, have been pushed to the end of the schedule today. So City of Melbourne, Highland Pipe Band number 2, then Hokanui Celtic Social Pipe Band, and then we'll have ILT City of Invercargill Highland Pipe Band. What else have we got on today apart from those MSRs and 4B?
So 4A, and this is what I'm really looking forward to, is the 4A medley. No, I think I mentioned before, my sense of it is that there's quite a strong competition going on there, and there's a lot of them wanting to win it. And
it is.
And so, they're trying, well, everyone tries hard, but I think particularly there, and the standard, I think, has gone up. So, I hope I'm proved right, but they're fantastic. So there's that, and then we get a step up again, which is the Grade 3 medleys. Yeah, and that again should be pretty good.
So we'll have Grade 4, correct me if I'm wrong here, we'll have Grade 4A medleys here in our circle that we are live streaming.
Yeah. Yes, and the medleys, Grade 4A and 3 medleys here.
That's
and then the other board, there's coming up soon will be the Grade 3 MSRs and then the 4B medleys, but again, we're not going to...
Recorded and uploaded, but just not streamed by us here today.
Here we've got the City of Melbourne coming up. Again, we've got a New Zealander in this as a pipe sergeant. Charmaine Evans from Wellington. She's their pipe sergeant. Sorry, I was away from the microphone. And
they've got a lot of supporters here. It was the biggest cheer of the day, I think.
Yeah, this is a really nice group of people. Doing great things in Melbourne.
It really is.
And they do come over from time to time in New Zealand. So.
And we go over there. I think I was at City of Melbourne's 125th celebration in 2018. I could be wrong. So, us Kiwis go over there as well. And Dean, leading drummer Dean Hall, who we spoke to earlier, has been in the band a long time. But I'm looking forward to hearing the MSR of Athol and Brittlebane Gathering, Caledonian Canal, and Jock Wilson's Ball. Enjoy.
technical issues, but we won't go into that. It's good to have them here. We're coming up to an interview with Libby O'Brien now, quite soon. So, but we'll do that. So we've got 2 more bands coming in this grade: Hokanui Celtic Social Pipe Band from Gore, and then we've got the ILT City of Invercargill Grade 4B band. Yeah. And the other board, it looks like it's finished for now until after lunch. Actually, no, quite soon they'll be starting again on a different grade. So Libby's coming up, and we'll just... So we've got Libby coming up now, any minute.
Now I heard a Scottish drawl out here in the crowd, and I thought I'd have a wee chat to Neil, who's originally from Scotland.
That's right, yes.
What part of Scotland?
Near Inverness, that's the closest city. Yeah. Out in the sticks, so Kinlochlangan's my home village. Not even a village, it's a couple of houses.
Couple of houses. But now you live where?
I live in Marlborough, Seddon. Yeah.
Interesting, one of the nicer parts of the country. And so you come up here to Auckland, and who are you playing with today?
I'm playing with Celtic 4A today. Yeah.
But you also play with Marlborough?
Yes, I'm the pipe major of the Marlborough Pipe Band. Yeah, so we couldn't quite make it this year. We're hoping for Invercargill though. Yeah.
Fantastic. So what brought you over to New Zealand?
It was a young Kiwi lass. Originally. Yeah, and the weather, of course.
Yeah. Slightly, but it's a bit Scottish here today.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it feels like Glasgow.
So you've been playing in pipe bands for a big chunk of your life?
No, I was a late starter. I didn't start till I was 24. I kept getting asked if you're from Scotland, are you a piper? And I'd say no, and they're like, and I felt like half the Scotsman, so that spurred me on to learn. And I've been playing for about 12 years now. So,
And what's kind of the highlight of the Nationals weekend for you?
Just getting amongst it all, and just seeing all the bands improve. Like the last time I was at the Nationals a couple of years ago, like the standards just getting higher and higher. It's brilliant, and to see the fresh faces coming through, it's great. Yeah.
Brilliant. And there's talk of a Kaylee. I don't know exactly where it is, but you'll be along with the band to enjoy that later on tomorrow.
I will be now. I didn't know there was a Kaylee, but I'll definitely be there.
I actually need to check this because I could be wrong. I've been talking of Kaylee, and I may need to quick smart organise a Kaylee if there is not in fact actually one. But you're up for that sort of thing as well with your bandmates?
Oh, definitely. Being from the Highlands, I was brought up on Kayleys. Try and keep me off the dance floor.
Excellent, Neil. Hey, well, all the best for the weekend. All the best for the Kaylee dancing. If there isn't one, I'm going to track you down and make sure that we can definitely get you up there, flinging everyone around. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks, Libby. Yeah, Seddon, what a great place. I wish I was there. So now we've got the Hokanui Celtic Pipe Band coming up. So this is run by Brendan Fairbairn and Quentin Wiley. Wonderful human beings, as always. Old friends from down south. They're also in their grade up band. So, and this is their sort of, again, one of these feeder bands or number 2 bands. So that is fantastic. They're going to play Duncan McGuinness, Orange and Blue and the Sound of Sleep. So that'll be fun. They're a wonderful family band. A lot of family members from both Brendan and Quentin playing in this band. And they're going to be fantastic. Now, what else was I going to say? Brendan's well known as a character, but he's also a skilled tradesman who works on bagpipes. So I myself will be sending my pipes to him quite soon for a repair job. And so there you have it. So at the moment we've got the band playing on the other board, and then we're going to have, as soon as they're finished, we'll be getting the Hokanui Celtic Pipe Band followed by the City of Invercargill.
Now I'm here with an absolute legend. I'm probably a little bit biased. Don't let your head get too big. But Andrew Roach. Roachy, how are you?
I'm good, Liv. How about you?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a good day, isn't it?
It is a good day. Look, it's just I've just turned up the ground and it stopped raining, so I think that's a good omen for the rest of the pipe band.
You can pick that Aussie accent. We've got a bit of a theme with Aussies here today. But can you just arrange for no more precipitation for the rest of the weekend?
Look, all I can promise is it won't rain on St Andrews when we play at some point. So, but look, I think it's a great challenge for all pipe bands. You know that the weather's there just to test us, and it's great fun. But look, awesome setup here. It's got a great feel about it already. We've only just started the contest 2 days, and I think it's going to be an awesome couple of days.
So talk to me a little bit about what you're doing here this weekend. You've come over from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing. You're helping.
I'm playing, definitely. St Andrews Pipe Band from Brisbane is across here, so I've just recently stepped down as pipe major, and we've got a new pipe major in Greg McAllister, the famous grandson of Tom McAllister Jr. So we're pretty excited to have him here to roll out for the first time with the band. But the band's certainly lifting. It's got a lot of young kids in the band. There's a couple of old blokes like me to help them out, but it's looking pretty good.
Fantastic. Now I'm kind of intrigued. You've got your jacket on, but also we've got a butterfly shirt underneath here.
You like my butterfly
just
shirt?
quickly,
So the butterfly shirt, it's a trademark shirt, but it's actually known as a Dolly's Dream shirt. So a young girl who had died in Australia. This was fundraising for her for the blue. What is it? Beyond Blue campaign. So I've got a friend who makes me buy these shirts, which is good, and I love wearing them because they're a little bit loud, a bit like me.
But like you, fantastic. Pipe bands folk are good people as well as good musicians. Hey, thanks for the chat, Roachy. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch up with you. Maybe have a cold one soon.
Soon, definitely. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
Nice to hear from Andrew Roach. Don't believe anything he says though. No, wonderful to have him here, and he's one of these people who is Australian, but he's Kiwified.
He's pretty much.
He's spent a lot of time here, and he's played in Manawatu band, and he's married. Here we go with the Hokanui again. There's Brendan Fairbairn and his band. They're going to start it quite soon. He's singing the tune quite loudly. Wonderful man. Short and sweet.
What short and sweet?
Yeah, so they're a development band, and so they're playing tunes to their ability, and it was solid. Well done.
I like their hackles. Is that what they are?
I guess they are. Yeah.
the white arrangement in their Glengarries.
It's almost as good as a moustache, isn't it?
I just went out and I saw a resplendent moustache just watching, and I was like, may we please have a little chat? And he said, no thank you. I scared the poor man off. I said it wasn't just because of your moustache, but he has got
It was though, wasn't it?
He said he didn't really want to talk, and that's okay. That's okay. You know, we've got a nice international audience watching, and some people, you know, I'm not going to pressure them into it. Hey, Phil.
No, quite right. Quite right. Well, we all know what it's like with a microphone put in our face. We go all dry in the mouth and don't know what to say. Right, so we've got ILT City of Invercargill Pipe Band. 4B, Pipe Major Warren Haggerty. He's a piper in the Grade 1 band. And Drum Sergeant Kane Tawalofa. So these are stalwarts of the band in Invercargill, both Kane and Warren. And again, this is one of the 105 players. And so a lot of learners in this band. And this is a big trip. They've come about as far, almost as far as the ones from Melbourne, from the other end of the island.
They have.
Other end of the country, south, the deep south.
And if you're just tuning in, you may be wondering why ILT City of Invercargill are playing now when they're actually first up. That's because they not only came from the bottom of the country to get here, they're also staying quite a long way away, I believe, in Orewa, which is a bit of a drive on the southern motorway to get to where we are on the shore. And I think their travel coincided with peak rush hour, so they were a little bit delayed. Now that is something that, unfortunately, having the contest here in Auckland, it was probably always going to happen. So bad luck for Invercargill, but great we've been able to accommodate having them a little bit later in the bill. We will have a gap between Invercargill and the Grade 4A medley. We'll go and see if we can have a chat to a few people, and I want to know how tense it was on the bus this morning for Invercargill, thinking we're not going to make this.
Yeah, that's a horrible feeling, isn't it? That sinking
Oh, yeah.
feeling. Oh man, we're stuck on the bridge. Yeah. So we've got another band, I think, playing in the other board first, I guess. But a couple of call outs here. We've had some Alish from the UK. We've got someone from Portsmouth in England. Another person from England, Angelique. Tasmania, Kath Campbell from Tasmania. Someone called Lightning McQueen from Paris. So and Netherlands. Martin Seller from the Netherlands. Well done. And Nigel Marshall. Best of luck to everyone, and especially the Marshalls from Invercargill, from the Marshalls from the Isle of Arran in Scotland.
Enjoyed the Marshall love.
So I'm not sure you're referring to there. Is that Kerry Marshall and his
Just general
family?
Marshalls, really. Make good amps too.
Yeah. So it's nice to see all these people.
It is. Now, Piping Hot Mess has made a really interesting comment. The standard of these bands is awesome. No wonder New Zealand punches well above its weight on the world stage. Do you reckon that's a fair comment?
We're always going to believe this, aren't we? You know, we love praise. We take it. I like to think we're in the mix with everyone else, you know, and we're competing internationally, and we now know what the world standard is, and we're part of it, and that's the coolest thing, I reckon. Yeah, because for a long time, before you were born again, we were quite isolated, doing our own thing, and we weren't really that aware of what was happening. And we are now, and it's fantastic. So this is a bit of an overlap, I think, we're going to get here. So Warren Haggerty and his band are lining up here, and they're going to start soon. Their tunes are Duncan McGuinness again, Molly Connell, and Lexi McCaskill. So I don't think we've had Lexi McCaskill.
No, I don't know.
But another popular tune.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lindsay watching from Washington State in the US, and Christopher from Derry in Ireland. Welcome to you both as well.
My sister. solid performance, big band, played pretty well together. This is a bit challenging because the overlap didn't work well.
No, I
We
feel
had
for
two
them.
two bands playing together, too close together, so apologies for that. We'll be sorting that out, I'm sure. So, but no, that was terrific, and big band.
It is a big band. That must be a fair portion of the 105 from Invercargill, but
Yeah, so this is testimony to Alistair McKenzie, Alistair McGregor, and anyone who's been involved in teaching these bands in the last 10 or 15 years. It's fantastic performance. And this is their grade 4B band. This is, we've got two more of their bands to come. Plus the juvenile.
Sorry, Phil, there's 7 snares across the back. Is fantastic to see. And again, the kudos to the tutors down in Invercargill doing the great work that they do.
Yeah. So that's the last band of that grade. So it's been fun and better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I'm really...
What are the standouts for you?
Standouts
I'm not
for me.
I'm not asking you to pick winners. Who did you just like? We'll leave that to the judges. But
Who am I impressed by? Look, I'm impressed by any band that's turning up in this grade, whether they've got a full complement of players or they're a little bit low on numbers, because getting out on the park is actually what it's all about. It's that confidence growing, it's the maturing, it's the practice, it's giving people their first crack. And again, for the Aussie bands for making the trip across here, it's pretty impressive.
yeah, fantastic to have the Australian bands always. I think I'm not talking about the band I think should win because I don't know who that is, but I'm just impressed that the St Kennigans has stepped up.
I was impressed by them as well.
Yeah,
Not to
some
single out
flaws,
bands,
of course.
but not just the sound and the playing quality, but also the size of the band. They're fielding a strong band and they look really confident. Great to see a mix of young men, young women, playing really, really well. So I'm sure they'll do well in the grade.
Yeah, so we're going to take a bit of a break now for
We
half an
are.
hour or so.
I tell you what, before we do, I think someone's just dropped off some sushi for us. Do you want to? Can I have a look and see what that flavour is? Because I want to have a bit of a shout out to St Pierre's Sushi, who have supplied us with what looks like chicken avocado, salmon avocado for our lunch, which is not only healthy, but also tasty. So thank you to St Pierre's. Do you like wasabi? Or I like how the wasabi's not touching the sushi because I don't like wasabi.
You don't?
No.
I've eaten lunches at a lot of contests. Yeah, and
There
this is excellent. The best is Hororata Highland Games
For the food?
in November.
Yeah.
It's almost amazing.
Is it like a gourmet sort of business class lunch? Is
yes,
it?
It is. Yeah, it's
We'll have to
absolute.
get on to that.
But this is a second. But there's no shame in that.
There's no shame
This
in
is
that.
fantastic. Yeah.
Hey, so we are going to take a little bit of a break. Just a reminder, which I will bring up my wee notes here. Tag the Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association in your posts on Facebook or Instagram, and hashtag NZNats24, and we'll be able to share those. We will maybe have some of this tasty sushi, and we will see you shortly for what is up next, the medley.
That's right. 4A medley.
4A medley.
Yeah, and we'll be back at about midday New Zealand time.
Brilliant.
The first band actually starts at 12:08 New Zealand time.
Have a bit of a chat, and
So we'll be back.
excellent. We'll see you soon.
Ciao.
For New Zealand bands to travel all the way to Scotland, it's a huge deal. I mean, we don't do it every year.
They don't come to us, so we have to go to them.
I don't think probably the general public really do realise, particularly in New Zealand, how big the piping scene is.
You're going over there to experience what it's like to be in Scotland, being up against bands that have been training just as hard as you are.
150 people, 4 bands, 1 destination. The World Pipe Band Championships in Glasgow.
Everywhere you go, you can feel the pipes. We arrived, people are still getting a little bit of jet lag.
Walked through the Botanic Gardens, I touched a squirrel.
First full band practice yesterday, it was good. You couldn't ask for a better start.
Well, I mean, the World Pipe Band Championships is a very big deal, even for like national Scotland bands.
Always held in Glasgow Green. if we want to get a taste of that, we need to be over there doing it, because we're on the bottom part of the world.
Grade 1 Masters Speed Wheel competition, man number 2 Scottish from New Zealand.
2.5 weeks away in Scotland. Yeah, it's expensive, all the rest of it, but you know, we love it.
The guys kept their composure. I couldn't ask for much more, to be honest, for the first round of the world, so happy with that.
A lot of people are probably most familiar with sports teams like the All Blacks and the Silver Ferns and the Black Caps, and you know, probably assume that there's a lot of training and that's their full-time jobs, but our guys have full-time jobs or are studying full-time, and they're also practicing many, many hours a week to be able to go and compete on the world stage for pipe bands.
Get your peeps together. Look at this. From the highlands to the lowlands, join us as we follow 4 Kiwi bands competing at the World Pipe Band Championships in Glasgow.
It's really great. It's great. You make friends for life. You do make friends for life. And the music is just so enjoyable, especially when you start playing at a high level. It makes you really emotional.
The people, the passion, the pipes and the drums.
2 glorious weeks. Every day's been different. It's been fun. It's certainly been tiring, but the satisfaction that comes with putting a band together and getting out here in Glasgow Green in Grade 1 and playing on the biggest stage of all, very, very rewarding, very satisfying. So I'm thrilled.
We are getting back into it. Phil, it's medley time.
4A, bands, bit of a step up, new music, stuff we don't know necessarily. It'll be fun. You can see behind us, Papakura are forming up. They're the first band on.
Yeah.
So any minute now we're going to be hearing them. It's going to be cool.
You're excited, right, Phil?
Yeah.
I'm excited too. We're going to jump back in the tent, get out of this rain that might be falling down, and we are going to let you enjoy Papakura. We'll see you soon.
It's pipe bands.
So, Papakura Pipe Band, Pipe Major Josh Montgomery, leading drummer Ryan March. What tunes? Have a wee look for the tunes they've got playing, but cool to see Josh. Josh is a neat guy, young guy who's been looking after this band for a long time, grew up in Papakura. I'm really excited
South
to
Auckland?
hear. Yeah, South Auckland, not far from here, and wishing them all the best for their medley performance.
system works, because it's a major step up from.
It is.
Not there's anything wrong with what we heard this morning, but this is clearly a proper band. It's got big sections, quite bold in the bass and tenor work. It's a proper band, isn't it?
Really nice.
They're good, really good. Yeah, nice lift from the bag and playing together pretty well. Like the tenor playing. They're playing on the beat. You know, there's a bit of a
always a bonus.
There's a bit of fun going on there. No, that was tremendous. So a good start to the grade. Nice sounds.
We didn't
Good
talk
drones.
through the tunes that they played, but we've got the Diamond Anniversary March, Rory McLeod, Janelle, Salute to Captain Cavell, the Smiths, the Gallant Fireman, and the High Drive.
Yeah, so tunes, most tunes are really known to people. Yeah, especially the Slow Air, everyone knows that
Yeah.
one. And that's the trick with this. You've got to mix it around with some tunes that people know.
Mm-hmm.
The sad fact is your main audience, the judges, are often middle-aged old white guy or old white guys. Although I'm sure Liam Kernahan and Stuart Easton will be upset for me to call them
They're
that.
not quite middle-aged.
No, so we'll give them a get out of jail on that one. But that is your audience. So you're trying to mix new stuff, which is a bit fun and a bit interesting for the judges, with some stuff that they're comfortable for them and stuff they like. Yeah.
I always find it interesting too when bands, when the musical director, whether that's the pipe major or someone else, and they choose whether to have quite a solid march, an intro tune that allows them to kind of just get in and settle, or your bands where you've got straight off the bat, you've got a reel or a hornpipe or something where you're coming in with some real, right, this is us, here we are.
Yeah, there's no right answer to that, is there?
No.
You know, sometimes you want just a nice, pleasant, relaxed.
Just stroll on
and you
in.
go, oh, that's so nice. Or, oh man, that's through the, between the eyes. They're both fine.
I'm on the fence too with it. You know, I used to think when I was growing up it would be, you want to come in with something really punchy, but it's almost nice to saunter into something and then go into something a bit more upbeat. But hey, and again, it's very subjective, and judges will have different opinions. But
that's right. Yeah, I mean, as a judge, I've been a judge on and off for a long time. People ask you, well, how the hell did you have us fourth or fifth? You know, we were clearly third, and I have to say, I've said it many times. This is probably more subjective than you realise. Yeah, which is why they're playing around with some of these tunes. Just want to make another call out to one of our sponsors. We haven't mentioned yet, which is RG Hardy's and Co Limited.
RG Hardy's,
Yeah, famous pipe makers from Glasgow. Wonderful organisation. I own a set of Hardys.
Do you?
The company was formed in 1950. My father's parents bought his set in the 50s, probably not long after that, from Beggs and Dunedin. So I have a set of really old Hardys. But they also incorporate Henderson pipes as well, and they're really making a move in the world of pipe manufacturing. So thank you, RG Hardy's. Wonderful organisation, wonderful product. So
how often are your Hardys getting played these days?
they're not getting played at all.
Oh.
No, but I'm sending them down to Brendan Fairburn.
Oh right.
And he's gonna just make sure the bores are straight, and I'm gonna play them.
Fantastic.
Because I'm retiring later on this year.
Are you?
And I anticipate playing a bit
So
more.
retiring from work, so you can do
Paid,
more piping.
yeah, I'm not retiring. Paid employment is going to cease. For
Right.
me. Is that a better way to put it?
Paid employment is going
Yeah.
to cease.
That's right.
Quite like to do that now. It's what we
Anyway.
would- I need to buy more lotto tickets, I think.
You should do a big grab, Libby,
Do a big rap.
and learn to play the pipes.
For
How
those,
how do you do that?
To learn to play the pipes. Is he
Yeah.
learning the pipes?
He plays the pipes as well. Yeah, he does.
That's talent. I don't know if I've got enough talent.
No, that's
to do
persistence,
both.
and you have got that. We know that.
Well, that's true.
How many kilometres on a bike have you done this week?
How many kilometres this
Yeah,
week? None.
yeah. None.
No, none this week. But
last week,
maybe 200.
200. Right.
Something like that. The week before was probably more. Just disclaimer, that's an e-bike, so it's kind of cut that in half. And
Doesn't
it's
sound
more
like a
accurate.
lazy person to me. Yeah.
My partner just before in our break sent me a message. He's at work. He said, "Oh, I'm going to ride around the South Island next year. Do you want to come?" I said, "Yep." He said, "No e-bikes." I'm not sure how I feel about that, but anyway.
My wife's talked me into walking the distance of the South Island.
It's a long way. For those of you joining us from overseas that haven't been to New Zealand, we may be this little country at the bottom of the world, but it's quite a long way.
You were going to say backwater, weren't you?
No, not at all.
You weren't?
Proud Kiwi here. And speaking of those who are joining us from overseas online, it's fantastic to see. Actually, Big Rab, is online. He's just given us a little bit of a wave.
Oh,
so shout out to Rab.
Good one, Rab.
He's joining us from Northern Ireland. I think we're going to try and have a bit of a chat to him tomorrow, aren't we?
Can I make a private message to Rab?
Sure.
It's a Zoom call, Rab. You'll be getting an invite to a Zoom meeting sometime today. It's all on.
Now
as
everyone
planned.
else is going to be jealous. They'll want a Zoom invite from the famous filmier.
I don't want to make you nervous, Rab, but we're going to interview you in the middle of the Grade 1 competition between bands. Yeah, so you better be listening.
I'm also going to give a shout out to Splits, who's told us to shut up because they want to listen to the band. I think that must be because... Now, that's probably because the band that you can probably hear but can't see is in the second circle. We're not live streaming the performance, but we are recording them, so they'll be online at the end of the weekend. That's currently the Grade 3 MSR. I believe that's there, so...
So I want to do just a slightly indulgent shout out here, and that is to my boss, Costa Alexopoulos, a very Scottish name.
It's a good name.
He wanted me to use 2 words in the live stream, which is a bit unfair. But one of them was boondoggle, and there'd be none of that here.
Boondoggle.
That is a word or of activity that is wasteful or pointless. There's none of that here, Costa.
Boondoggle.
Boondoggle, and the other one was just too hard. A glyph. Frightened or alarmed. There's none of that either, Costa.
A glyph. We might be frightened or alarmed by the good quality of some of the bands you're about to hear this afternoon.
Good one. Yeah, good.
A
good.
glyph.
Good. That's almost dad joke territory, isn't it?
No, it's a bit scary, isn't it?
Okay, so coming up, we've got... Who have we got, Libby? We have got
Hamilton Caledonian Society's
now this will be good, right?
pipe band. I'm looking forward to this performance under the pipe majorship of Brendan Eade and leading drummer Gemma Pullen, both former Grade 1 players, with a talented crew behind them.
Yeah, so they're terrific band. Some of my old colleagues, Nigel Escott is the pipe sergeant, and as you say, Gemma Pullen, they're really lucky to have some of her calibre.
Great drummer.
We'll see her again tomorrow. She'll be playing the Minute Scottish. Mm-hmm. And Brendan is the drone doctor for the Military Scottish Pipe Band.
And an actual doctor.
He's a GP, general practitioner, and he's good on drones, but he's a wonderful player and a wonderful leader, and so you can expect something fantastic here. What tunes have we got here, Libby?
We have got, I'm just going to reach over because I need glasses. So we've got Fingal's Cave, The Gathering, I Have It Somewhere. Well, this is where my Gaelic turns to absolute custard.
This is Brendan's thing, a Gaelic tune.
Crokin Kisali. It's another one. A beer through simi being tang. Sorry. That's not the name of tune, sorry, is it not? That's a Justin Bieber classic. The Noose and the Gillies and Walter Salmon's Grandmother. So apologies to native Gaelic speakers.
You notice how I got Libby to say those words, not myself.
Thank you for that.
I'm feeling bad now.
I'm going to put them into Google Translate and see if I can actually get a woman to tell me how to say it. And then I'll get it right, maybe by the end of the performance.
Yeah, so they're coming up to the line now, and the judges are all out there. You'll notice a couple of extras there. There's Cameron Love, he's doing the bass and tenor judging for the competition. There's Jill Vincent, who's the dress person. Yeah, and then there's another chap there, Adrian Pipe. He's a trial judging for things. So he's a wonderful chap. So here we come. Hamilton Caledonian Society's pipe band. grade 4A, Libby.
Is it? Are you sure we're not listening to a higher grade? That was pretty good.
That was outstanding. So for me, that's just proper ensemble playing.
Yeah.
It's
Beautiful harmonies, some fantastic touches from the midsection, strong, intricate drumming, tidy. Pretty good performance.
I mean, the big pipe sound just stands out.
They came in, when they came in, I was it was outstanding. A behemoth of the sound coming through that just hit our ears, didn't it?
So on the face of it, that seems like an ambitious playing those tunes. But if you've got the players to do it, then it's not ambitious. It's achievable, right? It's good.
Oh, that's it.
So that's really set the scene for this event. It's going to be hard to beat, I'd say, but we're going to find out, aren't we?
Quite a number of young players in that band too. You can see a bit of a mix. There's some stalwarts of Hamilton Caledonian in the band who've been playing obviously for some time, but some young people coming through the ranks as well, and it's nice to see.
It is. So whenever I hear that band, I always think of Trevor Andrews, who was a stalwart of that band for a very long time. He's passed away in the last few years, but he would have been so proud to hear that today. He
would have been incredibly proud, and Trevor was also a big part of the Central North Island Youth Pipe Band, which was still ongoing, but was created in the 90s, I think the mid-90s, for young people from across the Central North Island to come together and learn, make friendships, and those friendships I think have lasted for life. And it's actually a couple of players in Hamilton that I first met through the CNI Youth Pipe Band, and Trevor was always there, Piper, but was always there looking after us all, and was always very proud of each and every one of
enthusiastic
people
and
coming through.
Positive and teaching. So hats off to Brendan and his family.
They've done
Mel
well.
as well, and his son. They're in and the daughter. They're in the Manawatu Scottish at present. But so well done, Brendan and the band.
Absolutely.
So coming up, we've got the Metro Scottish Pipe Band. I had a word with James Bisland this morning. He wanted a shout out for their band, which is quite justified, which is they've had a rebranding. They've been through various names, which I won't mention because we don't want to confuse things, but they're a Christchurch-based band. Have been up to grade 2. Now they're consolidating in this grade. As I said, led by James Bisland, drum sergeant Nathan Harris. So this is a band that is attempting to rebrand and really focus on teaching, as we've talked about before, and they're starting on that journey now. And again, fantastic people running this band, and quite a difficult thing to do in a place like Christchurch, where you've got there's a number of Canterbury Caledonian bands, 3 of them I think, 3 or 4. You've got St Andrews College. It's probably the strongest location for piping in New Zealand.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be
And drumming.
potentially, and I was going to lay a great claim to say potentially in Australasia, but they've got it. I think we talked about it before. It's not just the playing and the teaching, but it's the governance and the behind the scenes things that help the musicians to focus on the music and the teaching, and just that support from behind the scenes to get everything else done.
So in the past, often with these cities like Christchurch, bands would be some nastiness between bands, and some there's no hint of that these days, and that seems to have disappeared generally.
Why do you think that could be?
I think young people like you are now running bands, and not old grumpy old people like me. I don't know.
It's good though, isn't it? Because it is. I remember people talking about poaching. Oh, you're being poached, or people. And I think people naturally are ambitious and they want to play in the best band possible, or they see a band and they see a culture that they want to be a part of. It's just that natural progression of people, but it often felt like it used to cause a few issues. But it's just great to hear that that's.
I just think it's
dissipated good. Now.
I just think it's good that people can pick a band that matches what they think the standard is,
Mm-hmm.
but more importantly, probably their lifestyle.
And that's it with as we go 2024 now, and there's always a lot of competing activities for people's time. You see these grade 1 level players that are playing in the lower grade bands, and sometimes that is just because lifestyle, or they live in a town where they can't play in a grade 1 band, or they can't do the travel because of their family situation. It's great to see them actually playing and supporting those lower grade bands.
Right, so they're coming up to the line now, and they're going to play. Luckily, there isn't any unpronounceable Gaelic names. So, medley, Ragmore, The Jig of Slurs, Rocking the Baby, Trish's Tune, The Smiths, A Gallant Fireman, The Ale is Dear, Kelsey's Wee Reel. So presumably there are tunes in there that you know, and others you don't. So we're going to get some entertainment, which is what it's all about.
Which is what it's about. And I know that the previous band, I believe Hamilton, they play The Smiths, A Gallant Fireman. So again, you know, we're moving into the medley, but there are some of those tunes that we are seeing in these medleys as well. Especially maybe would we hear that tune at a higher grade potentially?
Maybe, yeah. The slow airs is an area where there is a more commonality. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We're going to find out, aren't we?
We're going to find out. We sure
I do
are.
know there's a couple of bands going to be playing Pembroke tunes, Manawatu Scottish and the Heckle.
Yep.
Grade 2 band. So that'll be interesting.
Well, but Pembroke's as slow ears.
As slow ears, correct. Yep. Here we go. well done. So Metro Scottish Pipe Band, really well done. Not pushing the tempos too hard. They're playing within themselves. That's what you really have to do when you're in a rebuild phase like this, and that was well done. Yeah, really nice pipe sounds. Very good ensemble playing. Bass and tenor work superb. Nice lift from the sides, and I should point out Rebecca Weir is involved there, and she'll be seeing her tomorrow in the Manawatu Scottish. So they're getting good advice. They've got good people in the band. They've got some old hands in there that people will know. So yeah, well done and good on you. Just want to make again indulge myself, bit of a shout out. My Auntie Jackie Fastier. She's a bit unwell at the moment in Christchurch. I'm glad you're listening, Auntie Jackie. So best wishes. Love, Phil. Yeah. So coming up, we've got the City of Wellington Pipe Band, a band I know well. Some nice people doing a good job in Wellington. It's a challenge for bands like this because they're, Manawatu Scottish, many of their players are in Wellington, and so that anyone who's with ambition to do such a thing will go and play in a Grade 1 band. But this is a wonderful band under Marcus Boshier, drum sergeant Alex Hay. A very good bass and tenor section traditionally, and so we're looking forward to that. Coming up, we've got an interview that Libby is going to conduct very soon, and I'll just keep talking until that happens. So you might notice we're just interspersing this with a bit of vox pop, and so and these are typically people she knows. Here we go.
All right, I've tracked some Southerners down. City of Dunedin Pipe Band. We've got Emily. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, and what have you been up to today?
Nothing much.
Nothing much? Have you played already?
No, till 4 o'clock.
You're not playing till 4. You're a tenor drummer?
Yeah.
Cool. What's your favourite part about playing the tenor drum?
I like the flourishing.
Yep.
And some of the beats.
Yeah, the flourishing and the beats. I think I'm into a little bit of that as well. Rachel, you're a piper?
I'm a piper, yep.
And you've been overseas for a little bit and you've come back down here and yeah, fantastic. And what's your sort of favourite part about playing in a pipe band?
Favourite part about pipe bands would be that anywhere you go in the world, you just call up the pipe major and say, come have a tune, and that's exactly what I did with City of Dunedin, and they welcomed me in.
They welcomed you in. It's always good. You didn't expect anything less, did you?
I did not, but they're awesome. It's good fun to be down in Dunedin now having a tune with these guys. The band's been around for well over 100 years, I think. It's one of the established bands of New Zealand, so it's kind of cool to wear their kilt and have a tune with them.
Very, very lucky to have you. And obviously we've got some more players here. What's the culture like in the band in City of Dunedin?
Oh, it's great fun. I mean, I'm playing with both my daughters in the band, so Emily's my middle one.
Yep.
And yeah, that's great. It's just great fun. We hang out together, we have fun together, we work hard, and then we have fun.
Yeah.
And Lynn here, she's been one of the great ones who's just welcomed us.
Yeah. So Lynn, are you band mum?
Well, I am. I think that would be the word for me.
Excellent. Hey, thanks so much. Good luck. Good on you. Good luck for 4 o'clock today, this afternoon. Cheers.
Thank you.
Here we go, City of Wellington. Duncton Pipe Band, well done. A bit of a nervous performance in some ways.
Yeah.
I have heard them a lot in recent times, and they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. But it's done now.
When you say nervous, Phil, you're just talking around sort of, you can hear that nervousness in the playing?
Well, it's an obvious bit at the start. We were a piper, made an early start, and just felt a little unsettled in places, not playing together really. Piping wise, I mean they're quite lucky. They've got a very good bass tenor section.
They do.
So it's really a brilliant pivot, really. But well done nonetheless. And so onwards and upwards. But as I said, it's a tough grade, isn't it? You know, the first 3 bands were terrific.
Really, really terrific. What were the tunes that they played?
So, Pipe Major Ian Hughes, Merrily Danced the Quaker's Wife, The Cliffs of Dunedin, The Brazen Mar, Wee Duncan's Reel, and Stone Frigate. Yeah.
Stone
Frigate.
Oh, Stone Frigate, sorry.
Frigate,
I
like a ship.
hear what I want to hear.
That's right. So, yeah, a mixture of old and new. Yeah, mostly old, but nice tunes. Well put together. So, yeah.
So again, thanks to those who are putting wee comments on the stream or using the hashtag NZNats24 and tagging in the RNZ PBA in any post. We are definitely seeing them. Very cool to see where everyone is watching from. Shout out to Adam Harvey, who is sick, so couldn't be here, so is watching online. It's great to have Adam and everybody else listening in. So the next band, Hokanui Celtic Pipe Band. Now they had a social band that played in grade 4B. We heard them earlier, but this is their main competing band.
That's right. So Pipe Major Sam Darling, we'll hear him tomorrow in the Canterbury Caledonian Pipe Band, and Quinton Wiley, very experienced and very good lead side. So this will be good. They play an entertaining style of music, and here they come. Hokanui is in Gore, which is in Southland. Yep. And they're a well-travelled band. They go to Horata Highland Games. They're playing in events all around the country, and all credit to them. Yep. So, what are they going to play? Duncan Stewart of Laura Gorge, the Fuddler, whatever that is, the Rumour, the Redcoat, the York Strathspey, the York Reel, and Medley Close, whatever that is.
I think it's probably the close of the medley.
That's an imaginative name, isn't it? But, so Rod's saying his kind words. I asked him what he said.
Oh, did you?
I did ask him, yeah.
What did he say?
He welcomes them.
Kia ora, welcome.
Welcome. He's very, and then the other. But previously, he discovered someone with their laces undone and held their pipes while
That's
they
very
get
caring.
up their laces. So
Health and safety.
what a guy.
What a guy. I enjoyed this performance from Hokanui Celtic Pipe Band.
Thank
work, nice work. So that's a step up from, I've been hearing them all year. It's a major step up. They have got some tutors in there from other bands, particularly a couple from the Auckland district, and that is Jack Spencer on the tenor drum there. So he's lifted that.
He really has.
Quite dramatically, and Liam Fairburn on the side drum there, and the whole thing is quite outstanding the way they've lifted that. Well done.
The expression and just the musicality of the drumming, and I think led by Liam, is an absolute treat. There's no rushing. There was some beautiful just holding back and just sitting back on the beat, which I really enjoyed. It just added to another good performance in this grade.
That's right. So they can be happy with that, and there are one or two little things, but as good as they've been all year. So what more can you ask?
If you were a judge, Phil, and you're judging 4A, and you're sitting there and you're hearing those little things, those little discrepancies, I guess, or things coming through. Are those the things that you're actually having a listen for, or is it more around the overall performance and putting them up against the other bands in the grade, especially when the standard's pretty high? Does it make it more difficult?
Oh, of course, and that's what you want. You want it to be difficult. Yeah, because you want to be able to decide on what the subjective stuff, what engages you emotionally. That's what really matters with music, in my view. Yep. But of course, it depends which judge you are. So if you're the piping judge and or the snare judge, you're going to be looking at more technical aspects. So they're going to be a little more prominent. Not completely prominent, and the ensemble, it's the overall effect, absolutely. I get the feeling most judges, they're going to forgive minor things, but if it's consistent and if it's throughout a performance, then it's going to make a difference. Yeah,
fantastic.
So as a judge, you don't want to be judging on mistakes.
No,
you want to judge on the positive stuff, the stuff you like.
Great to hear.
Who have we got now?
So we've got Cedar Rotorua Highland Pipe Band at the line. I'm excited to hear this performance. So the pipe major is Emma McCullum. Emma grew up in Taupō, where I'm from, and again a strong pipe band family. Leading drummer Baxter Johnson-Ronald, who is one of, I think there's a few Johnson-Ronalds in the band, but again a young leadership team. Emma and Baxter, both young people, and it's great to see them leading City of Rotorua Highland Pipe Band.
So a really good band, but a strong community focus as well. So they cover the whole field.
So Rotorua is popular, is a traditionally popular tourist city in the central North Island. Lots of geysers and hot pools, and it always has a nice smell. And big on culture as well, Māori culture.
Here they go.
Enjoy this performance.
City of Rotorua Pipe Band. Well done. Yeah, strong piping performance.
Really strong piping. They came on and if you weren't watching, it almost to me felt like there were more pipers coming on than there actually were. Really, it's a real shame to not see more numbers at the back end.
Yeah, that's right, in midsection. So it makes it difficult to trade off those things when you're an ensemble judge. So, but you know, they're dealing with what they've got in front of them, and it's really good.
And they're here, which is good.
Yeah, so that was good. Now the tunes they played, we didn't call those out. So that's My Dream Valley on the Road to Glendurul, Out of the Air, Boys of the Loch, Drambuie, Mackinarish, Buntalas, I don't know what that is, Tatties and Herring, and Gordo's Jig.
Why don't you give that Gaelic a little try there, Shell? Go on.
Tatties and Herring.
Oh,
that's the bracketed one. Buntatas Sugden.
Puntatus must be
Sorry
potatoes.
about that, I shouldn't go anywhere near those words, but anyway.
I want to make a shout out to Logan McCullum, who I'd spotted was playing the bass drum for City of Rotorua there. So Logan is a very good piper who is a police detective in the Taupo Police, and I'd heard a rumour he was going to be putting on the bass drum. So well done, Logan. And Emma, pipe major, is one of his sisters. It's always nice to see people changing instruments later in their piping and drumming career. So hopefully everyone is enjoying the live stream. I feel like maybe some of our international viewers might have dropped off and headed off to Nanai's.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I want to call out one of our sponsors, Ganaways. Ganaway New Zealand, they're well known around the world for their bags, but they do more than that. There's a whole lot of piping and Highland dancing performances, products. So thank you, Ganaways. Right, who have we got now, Libby?
We have got Celtic from Nelson.
Right, so
Celtic Pipe Band playing their medley in 4A. Bryce Gilchrist, pipe major, and leading drummer is Jaden Gilchrist. Yes, they are related. Again, another very strong name in piping and drumming in the Nelson area. It's the Gilchrist family.
Right, and we're hearing their number one band play tomorrow in the Grade 2. As you say, Bryce Gilchrist and Jaden Gilchrist leading this band. This will be solid, competent, and professional, I would think.
I do hope that you are right, Phil, and you usually are. His head's growing. Enjoy this performance from Celtic Pipe Band.
Thank
Celtic pipe band, and that's from Nelson, which is the top end of the South Island, I guess you could say. Yeah, so another strong organisation with multiple bands. This is their 4A band. So it was good. There were patches there where they're not playing together quite so well, and the tenors sometimes were dominating things a little bit, I felt. But really nice, and they're on the up, and this is what you have to do. You've got to get out there and play and improve, and that's what they're doing.
And as you said earlier, Phil, they're not the only Celtic pipe band. The organisation is fielding a couple, so to have a band of that size, healthy numbers in all of the ranks, it's great to see.
So one thing they do, and you might have noticed, is that they've simplified a lot of the pipe tunes. They've got rid of some technique, and that's a reflection of some of the players. It'd sound a mess if they left it in. So it's that trade-off you've got where you have to remove some of the technique to make it sound half decent. And I think they were successful in that. I'm not sure I would have done it that way, but I'm not going to criticise them because they know what they're doing. So.
Exactly. And Celtic got one of the biggest cheers of the day from the crowd, which is slowly building here in North Shore, in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland.
Yeah, it's noticeable their Grade 2 band members are here.
Yeah.
It's part of their vibe is that they travel as a tribe, and they back each other up. So it's quite fantastic, really.
Good culture and a really family feel in that band, and I know a lot of that comes from Bryce and the Gilchrists and the team.
Yeah.
So the sad news is that we're actually over halfway through the 4A medleys, and what are you thinking so far, Phil? How's that standard?
Well, I think it's terrific. It is mixed. It is mixed, but the first three, and it certainly we're like, whoa, terrific. Yeah. Especially that Hamilton band.
Hamilton were. We don't like to single them out, but they were phenomenal. For Grade 4A, I think.
Yeah. So who we got next, Libby?
We have got St Andrews College Pipe Band, so one of a few bands that they are fielding today. We've spoken quite a bit about St Andrews.
Yeah, so it's a fee-paying school in Christchurch. Now co-ed. Teaching an amazing teaching program. They've committed resources to do it, and this is the impact of it. So this is their number 2 band. We'll hear their number 1 band tomorrow in Grade 2.
Yep.
So.
And also, I think their other band plays in juvenile.
So how they
in juvenile?
Well, so it's the qualification for juvenile is the age, 18 and under. And as a school band, you'd imagine most of them are 18 or under. So I don't know what they do there, because presumably there's the players in this band and in their Grade 2 band that are eligible, and it might be quite a big band.
That's it. And so for St Andrews College B, who are about to play their medley, the pipe major is Graham Bryce, who is a tutor, and leading drummer is Jamie McEwen, also a tutor. I can safely say they are far from 18 years or under. But in this situation, they are able to play with the band because they're in the grade, not necessarily juvenile. It'll be interesting to see how big the band is in that juvenile grade later in the contest.
That's right. So we're on the line now. We've got time to talk about the tunes. We have.
Go on.
There's the Gaelic word again. Seamus Artab, the Keel Row, so that's the Strathspey presumably, and then the Keel Row Reel. So we have the same tune with different time signatures. Nurth Edith Cavill, Often the Silly Night, Rocking the Baby.
It wasn't too hard, was it?
So
we love pronouncing the Gaelic tunes, and apologies to those who know what they're talking about when we do it wrong.
There won't be many big moustaches in this band, will there?
Well, you never know. Enjoy this performance from St Andrews College Pipe Band.
St Andrews College Pipe Band, their 4A band. We'll hear their other band tomorrow in the grade 2. That was fantastic.
It's really neat to see.
and
Just great to see the young people doing their thing, doing it well and enjoying themselves.
So you're not meant to make allowances for age when you're judging these things. It's an even competition. It's based on the sound, but I can do that because I'm not judging. So if you look at them, they're mostly quite young people. I don't know what the average age with that band would be, quite low. Apart from Jamie and Graham are upping the age, but they're quite young. And from a piping point of view, you know, steady drones, no real blowing problems. You know, so you know the old myth was that if you were small and hadn't developed, you know, you couldn't blow a big tone. Well, it's not right, is it?
It sounds pretty good, and same with the drumming. You know, it's again for grade 4A, grade 4A. It's a good standard, and they've done well.
They've done well.
Well done.
So well done. They'd be really happy with that. Right, so rolling on.
Got a bit of blue sky, Phil.
Yeah,
Got a bit of blue
I was
sky.
thinking I might need some sunblock, but then I have got a big hat on.
You've got a big hat and we're in a tent.
Yeah, so I think I'll be okay.
Got the sunnies here, sort of.
So 2 more bands. We've got the Canterbury Caledonian Society's pipe band. So again, from Christchurch, like St Andrews, there's an interaction between all these bands. So this is a very good band, I think, run by Harrison. No, sorry, Elizabeth Drury and Pipe Sergeant Gus Luscombe. Okay, so I've heard them a lot this season.
You have?
Yeah.
So just trying to think, Kurorata Centre Contest, you've heard them or judged? They didn't go to Queenstown, did they?
No, they were certainly there at Hororata. Yeah. Maybe I'm just dreaming, I haven't heard them at all.
Phil Mayer, Dreams of Pipe Band.
Always a solid band, big number of players, and part of this Canterbury Caledonian family, where they can draw on whoever to help them. So they all sound good.
So Liz Drury, pipe major, she's been in pipe bands for a long time.
Yes, and she was, at one point there, she was pipe major of the number 1 band. Yeah?
She was.
So I don't know if there's been many other women pipe majors of grade 1 bands. She might be the only one.
I can't think of any. Not in my 20-something years of being involved in pipe bands in this country, but yep, I think she can hang on to that badge.
Yeah.
But I'd like to say I don't think it will be too long until we'll see one in grade 1. Definitely drum sergeants in grade 1 females, but really only, again, in the last few years.
Yeah. So who have we got in grade 1? We've got A&D's got a...
A&D.
I think that's it for
Might be
now.
it.
That's it for now, but that's great.
And I'm obviously biased, but just seeing the number of females coming through into those higher grade bands is fantastic. It was a minority, an absolute minority not that long ago, but we're seeing much more balance of gender across bands. It's great to see.
So what tunes are they going to play, Libby?
I feel like there's going to be some Gaelic names in here. So Canterbury Caledonian will be playing Pay the Piper, Out of Air, Salute to Cap Cavell, Shawnee's Tune, Ely's Big Day, Chips and Fish, and Buntata's Yarn. Is that the potatoes again?
I don't know.
Buntata Scaran? S-G-A-D-A-N. If you are a fluent Gaelic speaker and you can help with our pronunciation, please pop a comment in the live stream. Help us out. Help out your old friends Phil and Lib.
Right, so we've heard Salute to Cap Cavell before.
We have?
Yep. Cap Cavell, we're referring to the Breton Cap Cavell, a wonderful Breton band. Yep. And then one more band in grade 4A, which is the Wellington Red Hackle Band B, the second of their 3 bands, and then we're into the grade 3. So at the moment we've got a band playing on the other board. As we know, it doesn't really work having them both playing at the same time because they're too close, so we'll be waiting for them to finish. And that looks like the Grade 3 MSR being played.
So just a quick shout out to some of our sponsors, RG Hardy, Ganaways and Pipes Drums. It's fantastic to have their support. Also to St Pierre's Sushi, who fed us. The options for lunch were sausage rolls and of course some sushi. Sushi's healthy, sausage rolls are not, but they're both tasty. So thank you, and thank you to our friends in the kitchen who are keeping us fed and watered.
Have you ever had Southland sushi, Libby?
I have. As in a cheese roll?
Yes. Southland sushi.
I
don't think St Pierre's makes Southland sushi.
We were in Invercargill at some point in the last few years. When was that? Anyway, we were in Invercargill, and when you're lucky enough to be down there, you get a cheese roll, so lots of butter, it's good. All right, we've got Canterbury at the line.
Yep. So they'll be playing any minute. Good luck. well done, Canterbury Caledonian. Nice performance, especially in the marches at the start. Big sound, well together, nice playing. It's terrific. Yeah, I particularly like the back rank, providing really good lift, and those, especially those beginning tunes. Nice midsection, some rough patches, but no, excellent work. I think we've got an interview coming up soon with Libby and some mysterious person coming up, so we'll wait for that. But in the meantime, I just want to call out our sponsors again. Ganaways, located in Tamukura, South Canterbury. Wonderful organisation, everyone knows their bags, but they do more than that. RG Hardy's, wonderful bagpipe makers, and St Pierre's Sushi, and Pipes Drums, the premier website for pipe band and piping news. Also like to call out Rab, the Big Rabs podcast, wonderful resource for all of us. Yeah, so here we go, coming up now with Libby in her interviews. Some members of the public, I guess, or maybe they're band people, I don't know. So that's the end of that event. In 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, we're starting in the grade 3 medley. So again, I hope a step up in standard. Although it's going to be quite hard to be better than some of those earlier bands. Right, yeah, here we go, Libby. Go for it.
Now, there's a lot of kilts around here in Onewa Domain in Northcote, but I found a couple of dudes that look real chill that are not in kilts. What's going on?
We're just here supporting our tutor. We've been playing the pipes for like around a year. And just here to support.
Yeah. So you've been playing for a year, and you're based here in Auckland?
Yeah, we're doing it online with Liz Drury. Play the pipes. Just something different. We're used to wearing skirts, but obviously not kilts, but more of a lava type thing, but something different. And so we're out here just absorbing the nationals. You know, it's the first time.
This is your first time?
First time, yeah.
So you talk there about wearing lava a lot, so Pacific culture, Scottish culture. Are there any similarities?
I think they look very heavy compared to ours. Ours probably sways a lot in the wind. Other than that, I imagine it'll be the same.
Fantastic. Yeah. So you've been playing for a year, and you're doing online lessons with Liz Drury, who's based in Christchurch?
Yeah, in Christchurch, yeah.
And Christian, what's sort of the highlight of playing the pipes for you?
It's just something new. Stepping out of my comfort zone, playing another instrument. Yeah.
And is your goal to be in a band?
Yep. One day.
Have you got one in mind?
Nope.
Something close to home, maybe?
Yeah. Close to home.
Fantastic. Hey, so what's on for the rest of the day? You've been supporting Canterbury Callies, but you're going to be sort of soaking up the atmosphere, maybe check out some of the stalls?
Yeah, we've been here since the morning, and we're making our way around slowly, so I'm just looking forward to some more bands.
Yeah. Fantastic. Hey, well, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for having a chat, and good luck for the rest of your piping career. Wish you well.
Cool. Thanks.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah. There's a diversity of people here, and it's bloody great. Right, so we've got a bit of a break now. We might just take 10 minutes, and we'll just, the cameras will still be rolling, but we'll take a little of a break, and then we'll come back with the grade 3 medley, starting with the Auckland District Pipe Band, another number 2 band, followed by City of Melbourne, their number 1 band, another one of these City of Invercargill, ILT City of Invercargill, Manawatu Scottish Pipe Band, their number 2 band, City of Ipswich from Brisbane, grade 1, their number 1 band, so another 2 band organisation, Canterbury Caledonian, they've got a grade 3 as well, and that's the one run by Harrison, Northern Caledonian Pipe Band, Hawke's Bay Caledonian, and Auckland Police Pipe Band. So we've got a full roster coming up, and we're going to just take a break now. Unless you got something to add, Libby?
Always. That was cool having a chat to those two. I just love it. They were saying after we talked
that they both play not drums, guitar and piano.
One more band.
And they just were like, oh, let's just find something random to play, and the most random instrument they could find was
Sorry, I made a
bagpipes.
mistake. There is one more band.
Oh, Phil.
How could I forget? Wellington Red
You're
Heckle
not
Bee.
sneaking some whiskey somewhere, are you? Maybe that's
No,
the
it's
problem.
just-
Maybe it's what's
Just
the
old
time?
age. No, we got the Red Heckle Bee band. But what was interesting about that conversation, Libby, was the fact that they're in Auckland and getting lessons from someone in Christchurch online.
Yeah.
So that's cool, isn't it?
And probably more common than a lot of people think. I mean, there's obviously there are pipe tutors in Auckland, but cool that they could come along. And I wonder if they've actually had much time with Liz in person. Probably not.
No, but hopefully this weekend.
Yeah.
You saw her and a band play just then. Yeah. So now coming up to the line, we've got forming up now. We've got the Red Heckle Bee band. So we've got the pipe major is Ian McKenzie, drum sergeant Stuart Campbell, both experienced players. Played in higher grade bands and could now if they really wanted to. Although Ian McKenzie will be playing tomorrow in the Red Heckle Grade 2 band.
Yep.
Again, a mixture of experienced and inexperienced. So a great organisation. The tunes they'll be playing are Helen Black of Inverran, Mac and Irish, Molly Connell, Sleeping Maggie, Thug McGold, Dr. Ian McGuinness and Helen Black's Jig. So again, a mixture of quite a lot of well-known tunes and some newer tunes. So, and that's, sorry, in spite of what I said before, this will be the last band in this event.
This band, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they know how to have fun. It's that real culture in all the Red Heckle bands.
Yeah, and it's not a euphemism for misbehaviour
No.
either.
No, sorry. Just to be clear, they just know how to have a good time and they all get on and everyone's always in good spirits, which speaks to the culture of the organisation.
Uncle Rod's making his soothing statements, seeing how he can tie up anyone's laces if need be. And Ian McKenzie is going to do his tapping the foot. He'll put his hand up in the air and do it that way, I think. So there is a call out for this one. There's a piper in this band, Cameron Anderson. I'll call out Cameron. Good to see you there, Cameron. I sat next to you on the plane. You recounted your story, your family story. Your grandfather was a Scottish pipe major, someone Watson. I didn't catch the detail of it.
No.
So another band, another chap with a history in this field. He's in. There he goes, hand in the air. We're off in a minute. Well done, Wellington Red Hackle.
Nice finish.
Yeah. So it was a solid performance. There was a bits and pieces where they got out of sync, the side drummers and the pipers. In spite of the best efforts of Fahimi Ali, the bass drummer, wonderful player,
cool.
very strong in the mid-section there, with Sam Rice and Brendan Barrable. These are players who were in the Grade 2 band, and for lifestyle reasons have gone down to the lesser band.
Great players.
So it was good. Yeah. It's just the togetherness issue there, I guess, is the big issue.
But again, it's funny because I keep I keep sort of thinking, this is Grade 4.
That's right.
And that's not saying that, it's okay to have mistakes, but this is Grade 4. We've still got Grade 3, Grade 2 and Grade 1 to come. And I hope I'm not really naive here, but the standard is great. And I saw someone made a comment on the live stream that these bands would be really competitive up against bands in Scotland.
Montgomery.
Well, don't tell Richard Parks, but it's just cool to hear that things are thriving in Grade 4 in New Zealand and Australia.
I'd like to think our grades are relatively in sync with the Northern Hemisphere. We'll find out tomorrow, won't we?
We will.
So I'm not sure, but there might be some variation. Bound to be some variation, but that was a good standard, especially the first bands there. I think Papakura, Hamilton Caledonian, Metro, in particular. I think Hokanui, they were pretty good. Yeah, so that's, as I said this morning, it's a good grade. Yeah. So I think, Libby, we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes.
Sounds great to
Yeah,
me.
and
Have a
then
little snack, get some water.
And then we're going to come back at 1:58 for the Auckland and Districts Pipe Band.
And Grade 3 medley.
Yeah.
We've got a really healthy Grade 3 schedule of bands playing. Really, really looking forward to that. I think it might be a tight grade, but we'll take a break and we will see you in roughly 10 minutes for Auckland and District.
All right, we are going to crack into the Grade 3 medleys very, very shortly, starting with Auckland and District Pipe Band. Then we'll go across the Tasman and bring in the Melbourneites, the City of Melbourne Highland Pipe Band number 1. Very excited about these Grade 3 medleys, and if the standard from Grade 4A is anything to go by, it's going to be a hot contest. Thanks for tuning in. Really great to see people from around the world, around the country, tuning into this year's championships. If you are popping any content up on social media, please give us a tag, NZNats24, or just tag in RNZPBA. So the band coming up to the line now is Auckland and District, so one of 2 bands in the contest. Just a wee reminder for anyone who is wondering where the other circle is. We're not streaming it, unfortunately. We are just recording it, and so clips of the bands will be available in the near future, maybe by the end of the weekend, but if not, after the weekend. The pipe major of this band from Auckland District is Isaac Turner, and the leading drummer is Douglas Bisland. Did I say that right, Phil? Bilsland.
Yep.
It always trips me up.
My nephew. So I
Phil's
can't get it wrong.
And they'll be playing Patron Peter McDermott, Walter Douglas MBE, Patra's Sleep, McPhadren Strathspey, John Roy Stewart Strathspey, John Roy Stewart Reel, and Walk in the Park. Enjoy.
and the crowd went wild. No, that was really quite outstanding. So we did get a step up in the standard, at least this band. That was outstanding, and they got some stars in that band. Richard Bateman is a known sound expert, and he's obviously had a hand in that. And there's old colleagues there, Craig Sterling, Ramon Barr, Nathan Samu in the back rank, all former Grade 1 players, as others I'm sure. So this is a band, again, that whole story, if the Grade 1's just a bit much for you, you can go and play in that. And the big fear is in a Grade 1 band, you don't want to play in another band, you don't want to play a lesser standard, but there's an opportunity where you can play
Absolutely
a good
phenomenal.
standard.
Yep.
I think it's great.
Yep, great drumming. Drums sound great. Doug's obviously done a great job. He's pretty experienced now leading a drum course. So, and A&D always look sharp. For years they turn up on the park looking sharp, sounding great. So it's fantastic to hear their medley kicking off Grade 3.
So it's going to be a good competition.
Sure is.
There's a bit of a segue here for the Auckland Police Band, which is the fact that Eddie Eels, the drum major of the Auckland Police Pipe Band, is retiring this year, I understand, after 60 years.
60 years?
Yeah, so he has a long history with the A&D in its previous incarnations.
He does?
As a drum major. An absolute first-class stalwart of the movement and a wonderful guy to boot. I know I keep praising, but this guy's a bit special. So
he is.
Not only he's had his children involved. Stuart Eels has been a lead side and judge. His daughter, Claire was a piper.
Claire was a piper, and I think his grandchildren, Stuart's kids, maybe play. Or
So
one of
this
them
is the segue. The band we just heard, one of the tenor drummers is Caitlin Eels.
That's right. There we go.
Yeah, so that's the segue. It was coming. Sorry, I was a bit slow.
Oh, sorry, Phil. I ruined it for you.
So that's all right. So anyway, that's some strength. Now we've got the police pipe band coming up. Pipe Major Simon Fraser.
Have we got the police coming up, have we?
Oh, sorry, we haven't. Sorry, we haven't.
I'm not sure we do, but that's okay.
Yet.
I think we've got City of Melbourne coming
number
up.
one. We haven't got the police.
They are City. They're second in the program there, but City of Melbourne Highland Pipe Band number one, which I expect good things from, and they've got a good crew of Victorians here supporting.
So Pipe Major Campbell Wilson, Drum Sergeant Dean Hall. Do you know these people?
Sort of.
Cool. So, but we've got another band on the other board to finish first, so we don't get the clash.
So I'm going to ask a dumb question. So Campbell Wilson, being Campbell Wilson, who's a Kiwi, No, it's not actually. It's actually. See, I'm used to calling him Cam, not Campbell. But there's Campbell, isn't there? Campbell Wilson.
I think we've got two people with the same name.
I think funny that.
Yeah.
No, I know Cam.
We're going to find out, aren't we?
Cam the Kiwi and Cam the Aussie. No, Campbell Wilson, City of Melbourne. Cam's been in the band for quite a long time.
Okay.
And we talked about Dean Hall. We had a chat to him earlier. Dean obviously is leading,
your
leading
mate.
the band too.
Right,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, so
They've been coming to New Zealand for a very long time, on and off. This band.
City of yes, they have. Yep, and I know they've got a lot of support from Hawthorn, who's playing in Grade 1 tomorrow. I believe the Hawthorn band, some of the players support Melbourne as well, or have come from Melbourne to Hawthorn.
Gee, collegiality's breaking out everywhere, isn't it?
I know, isn't it nice?
It is.
We just want to do Love Heart, the little love. We're doing this Love Heart thing with our hands. Apparently, there's a new way to do it now.
But we are going to have the Auckland Police Pipe Band sometime, aren't we?
Yeah, they're right at the end.
3:34.
So, City of Melbourne will be playing the Welsh Dragons, Fraser Allison's Jig, Salute to Cap Cavell, Stumpy, Trip to Pakistan, and Ellie's Big Day. So there's a couple of well-known tunes in there. The bad news is the rain's just started. Not particularly heavy, but it's definitely there, and it's never ideal, but
So tune of the day, Libby, is Salute to Cap
it
Cavell.
is. It's come up a few times.
Why isn't it called Salute to Bagad Captival?
Because
what I
that's
wanna
the
know.
name of the band, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, is Captival a place?
Maybe it is.
Maybe Bagad Captival. I might do some Googling.
So I want to make a call out. My old mate Andy McNichol, he's roughing it in Queenstown.
Oh,
Yeah, so he's the land of adventure tourism, snow and vineyards.
Oh.
Sounds perfect for Andy
Sounds-
McNichol, doesn't it?
does.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you-
glad you're watching, Andy.
There was a competition in Queenstown last weekend, wasn't it?
A couple of weeks ago.
A couple of weeks. Were you weren't there? Were you,
I was there.
You were there. You were judging, weren't
Yes,
you?
I was, yeah.
What a place for a pipe band
It
competition.
was cool. It was very cool. Except it really did rain on the Saturday, which was
I
a bit
heard.
unfortunate.
I
But it's the
heard.
coolest of venues. Here's the city of Melbourne now.
And
coming
I've
up
just
the
checked.
line.
I don't think Capcaval is a place. It's a bagard located in an area. They're just historically known as Capcaval. But anyway, back to.
So what was your
New
connection, Libby? Did you play in this band or did you?
No, but I've played with some of the players.
In the band club?
Cam and Dean Hall in the pipe band club.
Okay.
Actually based in Sydney. I was living in Perth for a while. But yeah, there's a few players from Melbourne that came across to play in that band. So that's how I know some of them. Great guys and girls.
Here we go. Well, they didn't come here just for the Kaylee, did they? Libby, in spite of what your mate said, Dean.
They sure didn't.
No, that was
City of Melbourne.
That was something else.
Welcome to Tamaki Makaurau.
Yeah, so that was a terrific ensemble performance. Really strong side snare drumming, really lifting things up tempo, upbeat. Well pointed, entertaining, the whole thing.
Great support from the back end, from the drummers.
Yeah, a minor criticism might be some of the tenor drumming was perhaps overdone.
Yep,
you know,
it was
not
pretty,
always on the beat, but
yep, and pretty strong, but
it's a grade 3 band.
Yeah,
but anyway, look, that was outstanding.
It's a great performance. You were saying, they didn't just come in for the Kaylee. I know Imi Akers, who's one of the pipers in the front row, spent a little bit of time travelling around. And it's really cool to see, the people that come over, they play, they get their pipes out, they play, do a bit of travelling. She did the Tongariro crossing and went to Hobbitville. What's it called? Hobbitville. I have never seen Lord
But you
of the
can make
Rings.
stuff up. People won't know any better.
No one will know the Hobbiton.
She was in the Heckle. Imi,
and
I know
she was
Imi.
in the Heckle.
She's
was.
come over many times to play in the Heckle.
Yeah,
Red Heckle.
a cool chick. So really neat to see that she was able to make the most of her trip. The Bodies, or Tim Bodie, in the back row. So it's a strong. I almost wouldn't expect anything less from that band, but I was pretty impressed by the performance. So well done, City of Melbourne.
Right. So coming up after that. Well, actually, at the moment on the other bull, we've got another band playing. And that sounds like a grade 4B band, I would say.
Phil's ears are finally attuned to grades.
Anyway, so we've got coming up the City of Invercargill, ILT, so that's the Invercargill Licensing Trust, is what ILT stands for. It's sponsored by them. ILT, City of Invercargill Pipe Band. Pipe Major Aaron Copeland and drum sergeant Jane Young, part of the stable, part of the 105. Got a ring to it, hasn't it? And part of the 105.
I just forget everybody's names. I have a hard enough time remembering yours, Phil.
As long as you can remember your own, it's okay.
Most of the time.
Yeah. And your partner's. Don't forget his name.
That's always good. Yeah.
What's your name? Don't even call him what's your name.
Well, oi. It's very good. Shout out to Toby. He's not a pipe bander. He'll secretly have a listen though. She's telling me about what the dogs are up to.
Yeah, my wife claims to be listening.
She does. She's
Yeah.
Oh right. But is she?
I'm not sure she hadn't said anything on the.
I should say
on the
something
feed.
like, if you text me in the next 2 minutes, I'll do the dishes every day for a year. Please don't text.
How do you know I don't do them already?
Speaking of dogs, I've seen a couple. If anyone knows me, they know I love a pipe band dog. We're not really positioned to see the crowd particularly well because, obviously the important thing is the circle, but I've seen a couple of pipe band dogs. They're generally small. They're usually well behaved. I did see is it Salmonoid? What's the big white one? Fluffy white
Husky.
dog.
I'm not a dog guy. I'm gonna.
Well, I haven't heard anything yet, so that's good because I don't really like doing the dishes. So Stuart Eels, shout out. We mentioned him earlier and his kids and his dad, who's celebrating 60 years of playing and being part of a pipe band. Stu said that Caitlin is in the A&D number 2 band but isn't playing this weekend, so that's okay.
Right.
So ILT, City of Invercargill are on the line. It's a cool shot. I think we've got a bit of a drone shot going up. Which actually, they're not on the line. See, this is where technology gets exciting, but look at that shot. Isn't that cool? A little bit of a drone up, but there's currently no one on the line. That's from our previous performance. We really are stepping things up a notch around here, aren't we?
Maybe not me, but everyone else.
The
seems to
royal
be.
we.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everyone, you're not missing this performance. This is a previous band.
So just to give you a feel for what's going to happen tomorrow, in the morning we'll have the street march. It's really a street parade, if you want to call it that, and it's always a bit of fun.
Yep.
The big sounds coming off the tarmac, bands marching down this main drag, so that'll be good. And then in the afternoon we're heading into the Grade 2 and 1 performances, and it's all happening on one board this time, so you see everything. We won't be running this 2-board thing as we are now, and the judging panels will swap between performances. Yeah, but we'll explain that at the time, and that's going to be the pinnacle from a listening point of view. So that's really looking forward to that.
So Grade 1 tomorrow, we have got some of the usual, but we're missing the New Zealand Police. We've got Hawthorn, ILT City of Invercargill Highland Pipe Band, so the number 1 band, Canterbury Caledonian, Auckland Districts and Manawatu Scottish. No New Zealand Police this year, unfortunately, it's a big shame. First time in a long time that the Cops haven't played in Grade 1. But fantastic to have Hawthorn over from Melbourne. It will be interesting to see how they slot into the placings tomorrow.
Yeah, so I noticed when City of Melbourne were playing, the Hawthorn players were here listening, so I guess there's a connection going on there, which is again this whole collaboration movement between bands and so on, and it's happening in Melbourne as well, so that's cool. Yeah.
And speaking of Australians, just a shout out to Ken Maltman who's listening in. Nice to see you, Ken. Very talented bass drummer in his day. Probably still is. Just haven't seen him play for a while. Pipe major for City of Invercargill is Aaron Copeland, and leading drummer is Jane Young. A couple of interesting tune names in here. Welsh Dragons? No, you go, Phil.
Welsh Dragons. No, we're going to wait. Here we go.
Go on.
Welsh Dragons, Calliope House, Roy McLeod, Fairmaid of Barra, Cutty's Wedding, Humours of Tulla, and Toshin Cloth.
Always love the name of that tune. Enjoy this performance of their medley in Grade 3.
IRT City of Invercargill Pipe Band, grade 3. Good start.
Yeah, good
Band
start.
sounded good at the start. They had some rough patches with the togetherness and E-touches and things like that, and the piping seemed to get out of sync for some reason. But then they pulled it back. So, that was a competent performance. What do you reckon?
Yeah, pretty good. I think, like you say, parts of it were magic, some were not as strong, so a little bit of inconsistency across the board, but great to see another one of the IRT bands coming through all the way from the bottom of the South Island.
Yeah. So, now we're coming up for the Manawatu Scottish Pipe Band, the number 2 band. I've got a family member in this band, so declare an interest.
Which family member?
Angus Billsland.
Oh, yes.
My
right.
nephew.
Yeah.
Schoolboy from Palmerston North. So this is Pipe Major Kevin Sinclair, Ben Walkley, drum sergeant. So Ben, Ben.
Hello, Ben.
He'll be playing in the Manawatu number 1 band tomorrow.
Yep, which is great because Ben has come through. He's. I remember Ben when he was a wee, very small human. But just great to see he's coming through the ranks and now leading the band. He should be very proud of himself. Shout out to his mum, I'm sure. Mum and the kids who are listening in Palmerston North.
And hats off to his father, who's having to take orders from his son. Never a comfortable moment, but he seems to do it with magnanimity.
And Mum's just over here on the sidelines.
Yeah. So Kevin Sinclair, you'll see him again tomorrow. He'll be playing with the Celtic grade 2 band.
I did not know that.
Yep.
I didn't know.
That's right.
He's really putting it all out there.
Yeah.
Good on him.
So what are they going to play? So again, we've got another band on the other board, which we'll let finish before we get. And so that's a Hackle band playing their medley. So the band will be the Manawatu when they come out. Will be playing the Beamish Hornpipe, the Wild Harbour, the House of Badness. I hope it's not referring to their tune playing. Farewell to the Cameraw, Leith's 21st, Tommy and Ronnie's Double Tonic, and Midnight Oil. So if you recall when we did the commentary in Palmerston North in December, I felt a bit guilty afterwards because I referred to the bass drummer. She had a strapped up hand and she was playing one-handed
Oh yes, that's
bass
right.
drumming. I can confirm that she's now doing 2 hands.
That's good. The other one grew back. Well.
But I had to apologise to her for saying that she'd won the prize for the one-arm bass drumming. She took it well, so...
That's good. It's always
Stupid
nice
dad
to
jokes.
see people pushing through adversity.
Stupid dad jokes. I apologise.
No such thing as a stupid dad joke from you. It's good to see. So we've got some clan tents. I might go and have a wee yarn and see if we can find them.
What?
We've just been told someone's coming to have a chat to us, and we don't know who it is. So it's a surprise guest, ladies and gentlemen. Who could it be?
Is it the Prime Minister?
Is it the Prime Minister? No.
It's unlikely, isn't it?
Unlikely. It's not the Governor General, because we would have been told. It's not Kate Middleton. Liam Kernahan will be very gutted about that. I'm kind of excited. I actually don't know who it is. Oh, it's Stu. Now I need to figure out the pronunciation. Would you like to do the interview?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
We've got pipe band royalty in the tent.
Now, we mentioned pipe band royalty, and we weren't joking. Stuart Little, great to have you here in New Zealand. What are you up to? I mean, you're not wearing a kilt. You've got these, are these designer shorts?
These are designer shorts, indeed. Yeah, I'm great to be here. Lovely, absolutely wonderful country. It's been a long time since I've been here, probably about 12 years, so lovely to be back. Been wonderfully hosted by the Waghorns down in Invercargill, and it's been a wonderful experience so far. Looking forward to a tune tomorrow with them as well. So, yeah, it's great.
Fantastic. So you're over here to have...
And even brought the weather.
Oh, you did, actually. Thank you for that. We were wondering where that came from. Yeah. So you're playing with ILT City of Invercargill and their top band tomorrow, but you're also having a little bit of a holiday.
A little bit of a break, yes. Just under 2 weeks here, and a wee tune, helping out the youngsters as well, and just having a great time. It is a holiday, it's a busman's holiday, but it's great. It's been good meeting up with lots of friends I haven't seen in a long time, and it's been great so far.
Oh, brilliant. So you've just been mooching around today a little bit, having a look at some of the bands?
Yeah. That's a great word. Yeah, mooching is definitely what I've been doing, helping the youngsters tune up as well, and just soaking up the atmosphere. Yeah. Preparing for tomorrow. Yeah.
Fantastic. You've obviously been to a lot of pipe band contests in your time, and you said that you haven't been to New Zealand for a wee while. But how does this sort of compare to other contests that you've been to around the world?
Well, the standard here is exceptionally good. It compares. Well, it's just the same. In fact, it feels like. It just feels like the world's, it's well laid out, and you can sense there's a lot of excitement and a buzz about the place. This is a bit weird for me this time of year because it's March and we're still in our winter slumber back home, So it's really good to get that buzz of the pipe sound and the drum sound here. It compares. The standard is exceptionally good. I'll be on my toes here tomorrow.
So you've obviously had a lot of success in solos, but also in bands with leading Inverary. Is there kind of one thing that you'd love to let people know around where that success has come from? Is it hard work? Is it perseverance? Is there one thing that comes to mind?
It's all of these things, yeah. Lots and lots of perseverance. That's a great word as well. Well done. But it doesn't feel like a chore and such, because I just love all aspects of piping. I love bands, I love solos. It's two different crafts, but I enjoy both. It's sort of tidal. Sometimes it's the bands that I'm favouring, and then sometimes it's the solos. But no, I love doing both. Labour of love. You don't realise the time you spend on it, but it must be a lot of time spent on it, Yeah. But it's good fun.
Fantastic. And you don't mind taking orders from someone else in the band when you're over here?
It's a breath of fresh air. It's absolutely brilliant, actually. And also just watching somebody else sweat it out a wee bit as a leader of a band, it's quite refreshing, to be honest.
Luckily, you know Ali quite well.
Ali, Ali's played with us in Inverary for a long time now, so it's a pleasure to being asked to come over and play for him, and quite a few years now. Ali's a fantastic leader, and just a very calm presence in the band, a great leader, and it's great to follow him.
Brilliant. Hey, thank you so much for your time. It's really, really great to have you here, and I know a lot of the pipe band community will want to have a wee chat, but all the best for tomorrow and for the rest of your trip. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Stuart.
Thanks.
Manawatu Scottish pipe band. They're grade 3 band. Well done. I've heard them a lot recently. Yeah, certainly the first half of that was an improvement on what they've been doing up till now. So that's great. Obviously some issues there with togetherness, but not too bad compared to what I've been listening to. Yeah. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think they started off pretty strong. I'm wondering actually if there's a band playing on the second circle, actually, if they might have struggled to hear a little bit. They shouldn't have, but just a couple of ensemble maybe issues there, but good to see them out. And again, there's a lot of young players playing in the band as well.
Sorry?
There's a few young players in there.
Yeah, that's right. So, I want to make a call out to Bruce Moffat. He's from Taranaki, New Plymouth way. He's got a pupil in that band, Thomas Kahili. He's playing in that, and also Stu Budden from New Plymouth are in this band. So again, they've drawn players from outside of the district where there isn't a band up to the standard. So
nice to see another solid moustache in the back row.
So that's Harry Flynn. Yeah. So and he was doing lead tip today. Yep.
Yeah, very good.
So that was credit to him. Good playing, and excellent.
Oh, there's a few people, as we said to Stuart, little mooching about the grounds. I see a few people in puffer jackets, but I don't think it's that cold. Nice to see people here enjoying the vibe.
The people in puffer jackets aren't the people from Invercargill.
No.
Or Taupo.
They're probably the Aussies.
Or Taupo.
No, I'm not wearing a puffer jacket, and I feel the cold. So we're doing okay. But yeah, there's a few people here. It's cool to see people playing in grade 1 bands who have popped down for a listen. And have you, I don't know if we've spoken about them today, but the third panel.
Right.
Have you been and had a chat to them?
A little bit, although one of them was asleep before, so the music was
not naming any names.
No, but he's a chap. I won't name him, but he's someone who's not used to getting up early in the morning.
Right.
And I think he might be struggling.
He would have gotten up, at like 6:30?
Yeah, that's right. Normally he gets up at about 11.
Oh.
So he's got an excuse, I guess.
For those who don't know who the third panel is, there are some esteemed gentlemen, all of minimum age 65.
I wouldn't say that because Ian Blakely's in it.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's not 65.
Oh, he's not 65. I actually didn't think he would. I thought you actually had to be a certain age to be in there.
No.
Okay, well that's good. That's great. You can't see him, but Liam Kernahan's just come to say hello. Liam actually he's got a couple of roles. So he's a judge today, ensemble judge. He's also the promotions leader for the New Zealand Pipe Band Association. And he's the newest board member on the RNZ PBA board.
And former commentator at Pipe Band
And
Contest.
former commentator back in the day with Tyler Fry.
Just to go back to the third panel, Libby, I'd just like to do a shout out to Ross Ferguson, who unfortunately is not here.
No, he's
He
not.
was planning to be here, and then he'd had some surgery which didn't happen, and hasn't made it. So I hope you're listening to this, Ross. We're thinking of you.
We are.
Yep.
But
at least we've got your brother.
We don't.
Your brothers are judging in the other panel, so at least we got
Good
one
backup.
Ferguson at a time is probably enough.
Is it?
No. Happily have the
You
both.
spend a lot more time with the Fergusons than I ever have, so it's good. Hey, so the next band coming up to the line is City of Ipswich Pipe Band number 1. So we figured it out, didn't we, Queensland?
Brisbane, yep.
Brisbane. It's their second band here today, so coming to play their medley in grade 3.
Pipe Major Nick Tompkins, Drum Sergeant John Grant, tunes, Kangaroos on Speed. Are you going to get a kangaroo tune? And Kota Ruad.
Nice.
Megan Harrington's Duke, Rory Gallagher, Honor, Willie McKenzie's Reel, and Smelling Fresh.
I've never heard of the Smelling Fresh before, as in the tune. I've heard of it, but so I'm looking forward to hearing
I'm a fan
this.
of Rory Gallagher, the famous guitarist. I wonder if it's the same one. Here we go.
We'll find out.
That was fresh. It was good, and continued the long tradition of a very strong snare drum from Australia. Wasn't perfect, but you know they really were lifting.
It was musical though. I enjoyed the musicality. There was a I'm not sure the name of the tunes unfortunately, but just going one tune, the first it was jig going into the second, but just cool musical playing. The musicality was neat, and like you say, strong snare drumming.
But also, the ensemble was good, and the snare drumming, they were doing things, well, and I thought that overall it was a nice ensemble.
It was
performance.
great to have them here.
So that's terrific. Yeah. So we'll see how they go in the final result. And coming up after that, we'll have the Canterbury Caledonian.
It's cool to see Jamie Dalton in the back row there. Jamie played with Manawatu, Scottish Grade 1 band for a few years.
Yes, well, I guess I should call out Laurie Dalton, who's a fellow Manawatu Scottish member and one of the stalwarts of the Square A organisation. So hello, Laurie, and you can be a proud man.
He's lovely. Laurie's lovely.
Because there was Jamie.
Yeah, and I'm sure Fraser McKenzie is listening. He good mates with Jamie and played in the corps with him for a long time.
Yeah, that is terrific. Right, so...
Well, the tune is named after the guitarist, apparently.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Apparently.
So I'm one of those people who's actually been to a Rory Gallagher. He's long dead.
Yeah.
He's been dead for a long time. He's an Irish guitarist, and I actually went to a concert.
Did you?
Yeah, in the late 70s. Rory Gallagher in the Wellington Town Hall.
That would have been great.
And I got myself too close to one of the speakers and walked out with, I was deaf for a day. My left ear, it was so loud. But he was amazing. It was incredible. Yeah.
It's always a good sign of a good night when you can't hear for a day afterwards.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
And add on top of that, all those years in the City of Wellington Down Hall with those Nolan bricks with covering.
Yeah.
So I wonder I'm not. Well, I did go deaf.
Did you?
Yeah, I've had it repaired.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have.
Wow.
Yeah. Luckily, it was repairable, but.
Yeah. Not seeing hearing aids, so you must be doing all right. Just a wee shout out to, we've got a viewer watching from Montevideo in Uruguay. Apparently, it's a Gordon Duncan tune.
Is that right?
Yeah. Thanks, Lindsay McGregor. You're a wealth of knowledge. I will trust you. Yeah.
Right. So now coming up, when this band's finished, in the other board, which you may or may not be able to hear, we have Canterbury Caledonian Pipe Major Harrison Allen, Drum Sergeant Scott Graveston. Again, I've heard this band recently at Horata in November. Harrison Ellison, he knows what he's doing. He's a grade one. He plays in the grade 1 band as well.
Yep.
And he's doing a great job there, I would say. And they are going to play. Do you want to
read them out? So they're going to play Desert Storm, Tripping Up the Stairs, The Kesh Jig, Captain No More, The Rose Amongst the Heather, The Devil's in the Kitchen, Richard Dwyer's Asleep at the Wheel, and Kelsey's Wee Reel. It's some nice tunes in there.
Yeah. So they'll be professional, as are all those bands in that family. So looking forward to that, and that'll be on in a couple of minutes. Won't be a minute.
Just a reminder, if you are popping anything on social media, give us a little tag. The hashtag is NZNats24 and RNZPBA is who you can tag, and we can share your content. We want to know where you are. Where are you listening? What are you up to? Are you doing the chores while you're listening in, or are you settled in for the day or the night?
I reckon Andy McNichols got a glass of wine.
You reckon?
Yeah, and he's in a vineyard somewhere, eating a nicely prepared
this
meal.
This is in Queenstown, hey?
Yeah. Anyway, just to call out some of our sponsors: RG Hardy Bagpipes, wonderful instruments. St Pierre's Sushi, New Zealand wide sushi provider, wonderful organisation. Ganaways, everyone knows their bags, but they do more than that. And pipes, drums. Andrew Berthold's website. Thank you very much.
Might give a little shout out to Sally's as well, who they've supported us with some sugar soap wipes. So we get a little gift pack when we turn up, which is great. It's got passes and maps and a little snack in it, shortbread and some Sally's sugar soap wipes. Now, someone who owns a home that needs a bit of work, they come in handy. So thank you to Sally's for that support. Very kind gesture.
Right, short break now for the next band, and then we'll march out.
Thank you very much for your great meeting this afternoon.
We're just looking through we've got these, look at that. How good is that branding? New branding. Rob DeToy and the team have pulled together for the Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association. Very cool branding, so we've just got one of these. It's very cool to have a program like it. You know, everything's online these days and scan a QR code, but isn't it nice to have a hard copy program, glossy, space for notes. You can see I've made plenty of those, but it's got lots of information, the names of the trophies, all of the winners in the past, which is handy, previous champions, details of the bands. What more do you want?
So, when I say St. Pierre's, their branding is St. Pierre's presents Sushi of Japan.
So St. Pierre's sounds quite French to me.
Yes.
Japan at a Scottish Pipe Band National Championships.
Very successful brothers from Wellington.
Are they?
Yes.
Didn't know that.
Yes. Been in the fish business a long time, their family. And now they're big time sushi people.
I wish there was a way that we could segue from sushi to Canterbury Caledonian, but I'm running dry, so Canterbury Caledonian are on the line, ready to play their Grade 3 medley. Hope you enjoy.
That was terrific, and yeah, a really good whole of band performance. Yeah, very good ensemble. It's a top-notch bass and tenor, very good lift from the sides, and very nice piping. A little bit of a slip at the start of the piping, but they recovered well, and I think that was really quite something. Call out here to my old mate Bruce Fraser. Well done, Bruce, hanging in there and playing well. So that's outstanding. Really loved it. Right, so next band coming up is Northern Caledonian Pipe Band, and they're from the very north of New Zealand, so not so far from here. So we'll see them soon. I guess there's another band going to start, and I can hear them now starting on the other board. So we'll have to wait for that band to perform, and then we're into it. So Northern Caledonian, when they come, they'll be playing their medley: Joe McCann's fiddle, Dorota Bridge, Bongo Boys, Loch Rannoch, The Panda, and Fraser Brown. Some well-known tunes there, some classics, and this band is on the book. It says David Pickett's is the pipe major, with two drum corporals, Corey Mackay and Rebecca Schultz. But we'll see who comes out playing. Libby. So Libby's going to do an interview now. So.
We've just heard from Canterbury Caledonian, and we've got Andrew here, who's resplendent in your Canterbury Cali kit. How are you?
Pretty good today.
Pretty good today, or every day?
Every day.
Good man. And what are you up to?
Well, I've done basically all my events today. I've got juvenile to do next, and then that's me done, and then street march tomorrow.
So juvenile, street march. What else is on the agenda?
Sleep.
Sleeping. Lots of sleeping?
Yeah.
What do you play?
I play the snare drum.
Play the snare drum. How long have you been playing?
I think 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4. And what made you get into pipe bands and playing the drums?
With my dad being a piper, my mum being a piper, and all that. Just they encouraged me to do it, and I've had lots of encouragement from other people to do it.
That's good. What's the best part about being in a pipe band?
Probably being on the board, and experiencing loads of stuff, and getting all the support and meeting lots of new people.
Cool. Sounds pretty fun. You recommend it to other people your age?
Yes.
Yeah. Fantastic. Hey, thanks for having a chat. Good luck, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, all right. See ya.
Thank you.
Libby. Of course, that was Graham Bryce's son, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. So we got a band on board 2 into their slow air. So this is grade 4B, playing their slow air, and then when that's finished, we'll end up with the Northern Caledonian Pipe Band, followed by the Hawke's Bay Caledonian Pipe Band and the Auckland Police Pipe Band. After that, we've got the juvenile event. Okay, so that's an event where players and various band organisations have formed into a separate band, juvenile band. They're very likely, most of the players, like the lad that Libby was just interviewing, very likely are playing in other bands. But for this event, anyone 18 and under can play in another band for juvenile. It's a little different to Scotland, where you're in a juvenile band or you're not. So it's a different setup there. Yeah. So what have we got happening here? We've got another interview. So just waiting for the Northern Caledonian. We'll be back with you in a minute.
Sorry, I thought they were doing enough.
from Whangarei, which is north of Auckland, 2 or 3 hours north. It's definitely a different part of the world. It's warmer, it's got a different demographic, and it's a wonderful place actually. So I'm just wondering who's be the pipe major today, and it's going to be Bane McGregor, and everyone knows Bane. He's one of our true characters, one of our great performers, one of our great players, one of our great judges, and an expert on pibroch, and he's a top man. So they're lucky to have him. Here we go, Northern Caledonian pipe band. Northern Caledonian Pipe Band, well done. You're done for the day.
Great to see Bane and the team. They were looking very confident and cheery and happy coming into Point A.
Yeah, so that was competent performance. You know, small drum corps. You know, they're struggling a little bit with numbers and so on. But well done, and we'll see them in the street march tomorrow. Coming up next, we've got Hawke's Bay Caledonian Pipe Band. I guess we've got another one in the other board. Maybe not.
I've got a bit of a special shout out. I had Blair come up and say hello. Blair popped his head in our little tent here and said, "My mum is an absolute legend. She will not leave the screen until the day is done." So a big hello to Gillian Lloyd watching all the way from Christchurch. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Hope you enjoyed watching Blair play. He seems to be having a great day. So Gillian, hopefully you have one as well. We've got Beth Wilson watching from Centreville in Kansas as well. And we have got Chris watching from the Philippines supporting Canterbury Kelly.
That's cool. So I've got a shout out for the next band coming up, and they contacted us and wanted to make special mention of the band, and this is the Hawke's Bay Caledonian Pipe Band. Used to be the City of Hastings. It took on a provincial name rather than just being. So in the Hawke's Bay there are two main towns. There's Napier and Hastings. There's always been a bit of tension between them.
Tension.
Same old story. Same old story, jealousies and so on, and some historical reasons why you don't like them, which no one remembers what they were. But they've buried all that, and they've got this band, Hawke's Bay Caledonian, which is the old city of Hastings, but it's also got some Napier players in it. And anyone who basically wants to compete will play in that band. And there's still a band in Napier, so there's a nice collaboration, and they really, like all these bands, they're claiming to, and I think they're right, claiming to be a teaching band, looking forward, not back, and so on and so forth. So good on you. That's Jared Kaywood, pipe major, the band. Another one from a piping family, Bruce Kaywood.
Yep.
That's his father, but he's his own band. I'm not going to.
Jared's great.
Lucky for him. Anyway, and in their medley, they've got they wanted a shout out for a particular tune, which is the slow area in the medley, which will be easy enough to work out, I hope. And it's called Tune for Rebecca. It's composed by Maurice Chisnell, the pipe sergeant, former pipe major actually, a stalwart of this band, in honour of Rebecca Emmett, former tenor drummer, who passed away in tragic circumstances in May last year. So it's in her memory and her family. So yeah, this, you know, it just illustrates that these bands, you know, they're important to people. It's not like playing a round of golf.
It's not.
Or going biking.
No.
Biking for half an hour, is it? Is that
a lot
unkind?
more than that. No, you're true. But no, I'm very much looking forward to hearing the tune. And the Hawke's Bay, just over a year ago, were ravished by Cyclone Gabrielle, which caused some massive issues for a lot of the North Island. But I know that as a community, they've really been in rebuild for the past 12 months. And I know some of the members, you know, remember they were telling us a story, I think in December, about they actually couldn't get to band practice because you couldn't get from one side of the Hawke's Bay to the other. But they carried on, and that was February last year, so just over a year, but they still managed to get to the Nationals and still competed. So
yeah, so pipe major Jared Kaywood, drum sergeant Ryan Borrell Jane, and there's some prominent players in this band. That you mentioned the Lone family. Bob Lone is in this band. Ross McNabb, formerly of the New Zealand Police Band, and many other good players. So there's some talent in this band. Drummers, similar story. Some very well-known players. Graham Hogg, Cameron Budge, and others. So we're looking forward to those. I'll be on very soon.
We've had a lot of support on the live stream for Hawke's Bay Caledonian, and remember there was a woman, I want to say her name was Beth, earlier this morning who was pickling peaches. No, not pickling peaches.
Bottling.
Bottling peaches while listening. So I'm interested to know what everyone else is up to while they're listening. Drop a wee comment in the YouTube channel or flick us a message on our Facebook page, RNZPBA, or on Facebook, just search RNZPBA.
Or YouTube.
Or YouTube, RNZPBA. Funny that. So tunes, Chizzy's Conundrum, The Radar Racketeer, Calliope House, tune for Rebecca, as we've just been talking about, Shawnee's tune, Suda McLeod, and The High Drive. I've heard a couple of these tunes already today, but always good to hear them.
Yeah, good luck.
Just seeing some umbrellas going up too. The rain is back, off and on, off and on. I'm sure it won't deter this performance at all.
Well done, Hawke's Bay Caledonian Pipe Band. They got the rain, bad luck. So there was that adversity we talked about. So we're going to have an interview in a minute.
I feel a bit sorry for them because that rain really did just start just as they were coming on, but they seemed to deal with it.
Yeah, they were
Okay.
pretty stoked at the
Yep.
second half of that. It was a good performance.
Good on them.
Yep, so well done.
Nice to see a smile from Sally McKenzie.
Right, so we've got one more band to go, and that is the Auckland Police Pipe Band. And we're going to do an interview with a famous person very soon. A surprise
A famous
guest.
person.
A surprise guest.
A surprise famous person who
Yes.
apparently just got in the gate for free because she's so famous.
She made out she knew one of the judges. Yeah. Right. So we're going to interview her now. I'll let Libby introduce you. Here we go.
So apparently you're really famous.
Oh, well, my husband is.
Sorry.
I got him based on being his wife.
Right, so Andrea Fruin, Martin Fruin's wife, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm a bit cold, I'm not going to lie. I've just come from Sydney, which is much warmer, and I'm freezing.
You grew up here though.
I did, and I forgot how cold it can get in one day. Like, it's still supposed to be warm. I have shorts on. But
you,
yeah.
you know it's not that cold, really, eh?
I'm feeling it, but yes. Well, I mean, I just came from sunburn in Sydney, so. But yeah, it's good. This is Auckland. 4 seasons in one day.
It's great. We love it. We love it. We love it. So you are a very fantastic tenor drummer. I say but you haven't played for a while.
No, I've not played for about 7 years. I played, I think, just after my second child was born. I did a season in the New Zealand Police, and then we moved to Australia, and we've moved on a little bit. It's too busy. I've got 3 now, so it's very busy.
3 kids. How old's your eldest?
11.
11. So keeping you very, very occupied.
Yeah, we've got high school interviews and all sorts going on right now, which I can't believe has happened so fast, but yeah.
So what's it like after not playing for about 7 years, coming to a pipe band competition? I know Martin's off judging, so he's busy. Is it sort of nostalgic, or do you pine for it a little bit?
Oh, it's been really good this morning because we've been over in the practice arena, and so all the bands that are playing tomorrow have been practicing, and I've seen so many people. It's like you can barely move through the ground because you're like, oh hi. So it's been really fun.
Yeah. So a lot of social catching up with people that you haven't seen for a while?
Yeah, a lot of social catching up, and a lot of people who are playing in bands just because they've come over to be social. Yeah. So playing in grade 2 because they're like, oh, well then we can have a good catch up with some people. Yeah. Because there's a lot of Australians here. Yeah, so that's been really fun.
There are. And your sister, Nicola, who's also a very talented tenor drummer, is back with her stick. She's playing with Hawthorn tomorrow?
She is playing with Hawthorn, and I'm really excited. It's been 4 years for her. I think her last band was Scottish Power, and then she went off to have children, and now she's come out of, I wouldn't say retirement, she's just helping out a friend, and she's playing for Hawthorn, and she's nervous because it's been a while, but she looks amazing because she's like the goat of all time. She's so good, so I'm like, she's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, fantastic. You managed to do a little bit of shopping since you've been here in Auckland?
Oh, that's all I've done, Libby. That's all I've done. I didn't even come this morning because I had to get some shopping in. Yeah. So yeah, it's been good. I'm going back to my old haunts, and I'm picking up. I actually bought more for my mother than I have for anyone else. So
shout out to your folks who have always been.
That's where all the babies are. They're all with them.
Awesome. Hey, Andrea, it's been really nice talking to you. Hopefully, we'll see you with sticks in your hands at some point in the near
you'll be
future.
lucky. Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, Libby. Cool.
So we've got a band coming up now. It's the Auckland Police Pipe Band, and they're marching up to the line now. As I said before, I want to do a call out for their drum major, and that is the famous Eddie Eels. And the program is Edwin Eels.
Edward. It's very professional, isn't it?
Edwin.
Oh,
Yeah.
win.
Yeah, so
yes, that's right.
I never
I
knew
didn't
that.
know
I don't know if I even knew that, but
feel
this is a one for Eddie. 60 years. What
What
trooper.
an achievement.
What an achievement.
In my head, everyone's
What
60
a
or
guy.
under, so he
What a
must
guy.
be slightly older if he's been playing for that long.
Well, I'm 64, and he seemed like an old man when I was playing in bands.
I'm going to get in trouble about talking about people's ages.
Yeah, going to. So we've got Acid Piper Remix, which is an unusual tune name for a police band. The Kess Jig, Rory Gallagher, The Banks of Lochiel, Aspen Bank, Capaval Old Toasty, whatever that means. So here we go. We're going to hear Rory Gallagher again, Libby.
We are. I'm quite excited to hear the Acid Piper remix. So it's a Mark Saul tune from Australia. It's from the Antipodes collection, and it's a minor key reflection of Mark's original Acid Piper hornpipe.
Wow, you're so knowledgeable, Libby.
I know.
Yeah, I'm sure you weren't reading that.
Not at all. I've actually got some snippets from a few of their tunes, so if we've got a chance afterwards, I'll talk through them. Thank you to the pipe major who actually sent them through to me last
So
yesterday.
Simon Fraser University, pipe major.
That's our final band in the Grade 3 medley, New Zealand Police, based here in
Auckland
Auckland.
Police, yeah.
Sorry, Auckland Police, from the New Zealand... I was looking at the bass drum. It says New Zealand Police, which they are, but my apologies. Auckland Police Pipe Band. What did you think of that performance?
Oh, that was okay. That was all right. Yeah. And maybe not as good as I expected, but it was okay. Yeah. It's the only functioning police band in New Zealand at the moment, so that's something, and they're a very community-minded band. So, yeah, that was good. So
It's always a treat to see them here. They sometimes bring German Shepherd, the police dogs, along.
we might see that on the street parade tomorrow. You think?
Hopefully. Bit of a crowd pleaser in the street march.
Yeah. So that's the end of the Grade 3 for today. Coming up now, we've got the juvenile event at
We're pretty much rolling straight into it, I believe.
3:52.
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we're going to take a little short break there, and then we're going to have. So these are march tunes. So these will be quicker performances. They're not medleys or anything. So we start with Canterbury Caledonian Society Juvenile, St Andrews College, Lewis Turrell Memorial Trust Juvenile, which is a Hamilton-based band, City of Invercargill B, Juvenile B, City of Dunedin, St Andrews College, Auckland Grammar. So that's a school we don't know about.
No, you're right.
So this is a prominent boys' school in Auckland. Another Invercargill band, South Canterbury got a band, Red Hackle and St Kentigans. So yeah, quite a good coverage of school bands and the junior players of some other bands. Yeah, so that'll be in about 10 minutes. And
So I noticed there's South Canterbury Highland Pipe Band and Celtic Pipe Band playing at 20 to 5. It's two bands coming together to form a juvenile band.
yes, so there's a connection between the two bands, which is the Gilchrist family.
Yep.
Tiffany is part of both bands, which is the partner and pipe major of the South Canterbury band.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
So and they work together.
Isn't that neat?
It is.
I love that.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm also enjoying Wellington Red Hackle Team Goose.
Yeah, so that's an unusual name. I'm not sure I would have picked it, but so it's a reflection of the fact that these are more or less learners.
So they
Recent-
might be on their
recent
goose
arrivals to the bagpipe.
bands. I love it.
Yeah,
Good on them.
So they're just getting out there and first time out, having a tune. So their attitude is you need to get them competing early.
Yep.
So you hook them.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Lewis Turrell Memorial Trust Band, who's third up. I always enjoy hearing them play. So that's young people from, I think, mostly across the central North Island.
Right. Yeah, so this is named after the famous New Zealand piper, Lewis Turrell. Wonderful solo competitor, wonderful pipe major, and I had the privilege to hear him play many, many times. And he's a marvellous, unbelievably good player.
And an absolute gentleman.
Yeah. So
I think we're going to have a very short break, and we will be back in time to hear Canterbury Caledonian's Juvenile Band play at 3:52 p.m.
Yep.
Stop
exactly right. Almost done. Very nice. Have you finished with it? That's it? Yeah. Australians did very well. Not so well in the great draw. But pretty good in the great tree actually. You happy with day one? Anything else you can do to make tomorrow better? Yeah. How much gap is there? Not much. Yes. Hey, people will be here. Yeah. What I was thinking, you're not going to do the grade 4 maths for that's straight after. So basically, as soon as there's that grade 3 applications tomorrow, I'm sure about this. Oh yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Because as interesting as the grade 4 maths from March is something we'll be going over. Yeah. This is yeah. Yeah. We're going to get back here half an hour. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. No, not going to happen. Yeah, I think much better than having a white background notes. So when I went up there and there's obviously no lens. They're sitting up there. From what I've seen, I've watched a little bit of it when I've been able to. Yeah, it's good. I saw a little bit of it when I was standing over the back of, I don't know if it was live, but it was on that screen and I was like, cool. Yeah, well, I mean, try these things. And if people, I mean, if there's no bad feedback, then I think it's good for them, yeah? Right, once more into the breach. Right.
I think the GFX one I split my second one, by the way. What was wrong? Okay.
First shot.
That one? Yeah.
This is all their 18 and under players. And then lining up there, getting the gentle words from Rod, and they'll be out playing a couple of March tunes. Yeah. So one of the number 2 panel have finished their day. They're up compiling their results. I should say the results will not be announced until tomorrow afternoon.
Bit of anticipation there.
Yeah, in the past they've leaked out, and it's been a bit of a mess, but not these days. I want to make a special call out right now, and that's to Jim Shepherd. He's in Taranaki. He's a bit of a hero, I think, in the pipe band movement in New Zealand. Not only a great player, but also responsible with Nigel Foster and Lester Flockton for the management structure we have, which has served us so brilliantly well, in my opinion. Here we go. Big cheers. Well done. That was really nice.
It was cool, and it's not often you see snare drummers smiling and laughing while they're playing. They were clearly having it. It's almost impossible to play drums and smile.
It's even
But
harder
they
to play
were-
the pipes and smile.
It starts spinning. But those guys were having a great time. I don't know if they were laughing at something in particular, but man, they still look like they're having the time of their lives. Absolutely wonderful from Gus Luscombe.
I guess they just like getting wet.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Getting wet, playing drums, playing pipes.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, very
fantastic.
cool. Well done, Canterbury Caledonian.
Right, so that's them, and that was a good start for the
Got
event.
our tea.
St Andrews College B pipe band.
that's
So
right.
they've got 2 juvenile bands. This is the B one.
Listen to that crowd.
Probably
I'm not sure if you can hear it, but that's lots of proud mums and dads, I think. Parents. Look how stoked they look on life. I love it.
Right, so that's a product of the wonderful Canterbury training programs. So this is in addition to the St Andrews College, so not just schoolboys and girls.
Mm.
There's a program over and beyond that, which is outstanding. So this B band, well, one of the pipers, the instructor here is Graham Bright. You might not realise it, Libby, but you interviewed his son before.
Sorry, Brycey, if you do watch this back, and
But it's good to see his son as his own man. So
he
that's
is. He's probably one of the first people ever that's just come up and said, "I want to have a chat to you," and I said, "Well, that's great because I'd like to have a chat to you." Now, what a cool dude Andrew was.
Yeah, so now we've got this band coming up, and again it'll be some simple march tunes, and the idea here is to play really pleasant tunes well with a nice sound and good lift. Hopefully we get that. I'm sure we will.
I was thinking through Canterbury's performance of how many of the young people playing in this grade, if this is their first nationals for a lot of them, but people sort of debuting at the nationals, which seems like a really scary prospect, but it's probably reality for a lot of people.
It's a more recent memory for you, Libby. Were you scared?
My first nationals was in Dunedin actually in 1999. I don't think I was scared. I probably didn't know I didn't know much about anything at that age, 13 or whatever I was. So no, I don't think so. There's more excitement of going away from the parents and staying up late and talking absolute rubbish to my friends, and
I still like that.
yeah, nothing's changed.
That's right. Here we go. There's Graham and his beard.
It's gotten longer, hasn't it? So far, I'm going to say best beard on ground. Brycey.
Well, he's got a very good son anyway. We'll give him that.
No, best of luck to St Andrews Juvenile B Band.
Thank
love that. Yeah, just feel uncomplicated. I don't
Mm.
have to work hard. It's just the pleasantness rolls over you. Nice, really sweet. And those settings, those drum settings, you know, we've heard them a million times.
We have, but
They played like that, they sound good, don't
it's
they?
doing something simple and doing it over and over again and doing it well. And there's a magic formula there, I think.
So I want to make a shout out here to Tom Glover. He's got a daughter in this band, and I understand he's tuning them up as well. So, well done, Tom. You did a good job there.
Fantastic.
Yep. So, next band coming up is I'm just looking at my list here. Lewis Turrell Memorial Trust Juvenile Pipe Band, and it is their first piper on the list is Brendan Eade, which is never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing.
No, so this will be nice too.
I understand Brendan and his wife Meliana are quite involved in this band. I'm not sure at the moment who the other tutors are or who helps bring them together, but
Honestly, don't know.
no, but I do know it's something that Brendan has been spearheading, I think, for the last, I don't know, I couldn't tell you how long the Memorial Band's been around, but a few years now.
Yeah.
I'd say.
I mean, I don't know how people like him do it.
No, neither do I.
He's a hell of a player solo wise. He's competing in the UK successfully. He's playing in bands. He's competing successfully in New Zealand and all the big events. And on top of that, he's a GP, and they're known to be some of the busiest people in New Zealand, under a fair bit of pressure these days.
I'm never going to complain about being busy ever again.
No, so no.
So I've just noticed Glenys Hewitson has been crocheting doll's clothes while watching. So
Good on
we've
you.
got all the domestic goddesses out there in pipe band land.
Is it going to be like a Libby voodoo doll? Is that what it's going to be?
Maybe. It depends if I've said anything wrong today.
You'll know because you'll have a pain in
tomorrow.
your side where a pin's been poked
Glenys
into
will
it.
be, ow, what's that
Sorry,
actually?
Glenys, I don't mean to be. I'm not
I
being
did
cruel
wake
to
up
you.
in the middle of the night with a weird pain in my face. So
I'm not being cruel to you, Glenys. Good on you. That's
and
a
Charles
wonderful
is
thing to do.
in Gisborne in Tairāwhiti. He's just opened a 10-year-old bottle of Glendronach and is cheersing us all. Will you be having some whiskey after this, Phil, when you're off duty?
No, I won't.
No.
Actually, no.
Beer?
No, I've got a big day tomorrow, Libby.
Same.
Trying
We're
to get
going,
you-
eat some food, lots of protein, off to bed, nice and early, then up early for tomorrow and another big day of talking about pipe bands.
Yeah, and then you've got to drive. Then you've got to drive home on Sunday.
I do.
And go and play a round of golf at Kinleith.
I don't know. Oh, Kinloch.
Kinloch,
How
rather.
very I don't know if I will. Apparently, that's what I've got to do. It's sort of like getting out of what do you call it? A leave pass.
So just a slightly indulgent call out now. I'd like to do a call out to my wonderful children. Rachel, I know she's listening.
Hello, Rachel.
Alex probably isn't. It's the middle of the night in Britain. And Tom, I suspect he's not listening. But anyway, certainly for Rachel, you're the star today. Thanks, Rach. Here we go.
enjoyed that. Well done.
Yeah. That's nice. And you're right. Yeah, you're right about the band. There's different kilts there, and and it looks like some of them, at least one, it's their only outing. And what a way to go, I'd say.
Yeah.
What a way to start. Lovely.
Well done. Great sound. Ensemble was nice. The harmony's beautiful. Well done. I noticed in this band there's a surname, and apologies if I pronounce this wrong, but Bashkar. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the Bashkar family.
That's right, and I've judged them in solos. Yeah, really good players. Yeah. My mother was just there actually behind me, but yeah, no, there's a family occupation.
And you do, I think you see this. I mean, we've talked about this a lot today, but even in the juvenile bands, note in City of Dunedin, there's 4 drummers in our program, and 3 of them are related in some way. So it's cool. It's cool having families. And as Andrew said, Andrew Bryce, who I spoke to earlier, said, I'm doing this because my family, and that's probably common for most people who are in pipe bands. There's a family connection.
Yeah, you don't get the feeling he's been forced into it.
I was going to ask him that, but I thought I'd better not.
He seems
I'm glad I didn't after I found out it was Dad.
There seemed to be some joy. I watched him playing. He's some joy in the way he's playing. Not sure. He's both his parents. The interesting thing is both parents pipers,
That's
and he's
true.
a drummer.
Yeah.
So
good on your son.
What's going on there, Livy? What's going on?
Very pleased for him. He's made the right life decisions.
It's a bit perverse, isn't it? He doesn't want to be taught by his parents, does he? Good on him.
Good on him.
Good on him.
So we've got the first of 2 ILT City of Invercargill Highland Pipe Band juvenile bands. I've lost count of how many ILT bands there are. I think this must be 4.
Yeah, well, this is a juvenile.
And there'll be an overlap with some of the players.
1 of 2 juvenile bands.
It's impressive. 105 players here from Invercargill.
Yeah. So the number 1 piper here is Jamie Callahan. He's the tutor, a good player in his own right, and a member of the number 1 band. Lovely fellow. So
nice.
Good on you, Jamie. You're doing some hard work there, keeping this going. Yeah, so coming up, City of ILT, Invercargill Licensing Trust, City of Invercargill Pipe Band Juvenile B. Yeah. Nice march, mate. Right, coming up we've got the City of Dunedin Pipe Band. So again, this will be a collection of their 18 and under players playing together.
I'm not expecting a huge band from City of Dunedin for a juvenile grade,
No,
but
I wouldn't
again,
think so.
just great to have them out on the park.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that some of these bands, like this band for example, and the Dunedin's not that far away from Invercargill.
No.
They've travelled vast distances.
It's a long way.
Yeah, so they're prepared to invest in getting their young players on the park and
Yep.
in a big competition. So it's really quite outstanding. Yeah. So we've got 7 more to go, but it'll be just so pleasant. City of Dunedin Pipe Band. I don't know who. Oh, Murray Tannock is their tutor, so he's the pipe major of the City of Dunedin.
Oh, right.
Right, so we'll see Murray again. I noticed we got a message from his father in Scotland about Murray.
Oh, yes.
Well, I was praising Murray, and the father was taking the credit.
Oh.
So don't you love that?
You do.
I guess it's fair. Right, then marching up now. Here we go. Any minute now, we've got the City of Dunedin Pipe Band Juvenile.
Is this one of the bigger juvenile fields we've seen
Ever.
Ever? I want to say that it is.
Yeah, it is.
Make a bold call.
There's no doubt about that. It gets a little confusing because the rules around juvenile bands in Scotland are a little different.
Yep.
But it is an indication that we are teaching and that we've got good programs locally, but also as an association. We have the summer school, we have the youth band, and we have tutors around who are doing online teaching.
We do.
Yep.
And people who are willing to give up their time to be able to support bands like this to get on the board. So.
That's right. Yep. Good luck, Murray. City of Dunedin.
Good performance.
Yeah, look, they've got a juvenile band.
Yeah.
I don't know when the last time that happened.
They've got a juvenile band and they're here. You know,
Yeah.
they've travelled from near the bottom of the South Island to be here, and I think that's very
And they're
admirable.
teaching people. I mean, this is
Yeah,
outstanding.
well done.
Yeah.
I love chatting to, now I've forgotten her name, which I'm so sorry about, but one of their tenor drummers earlier this morning. It was such a treat. She was so excited to be playing, and she just loves playing in the band. So
Right, so that's good. Right, so we're now up to St Andrews College Pipe Band, we'd expect. So this is essentially a grade 2 band in
Yeah.
New Zealand terms.
Yeah.
And they're going to play some marches, so this isn't going to be rubbish, is it?
no, I think you're right. I think you're a wise crystal ball gazer there, Phil. I'd be worried if it wasn't. No, I'm looking forward to them. I always look forward to St Andrews performance. I'd love to have some sort of AI that would tell me what players are playing, and you know how many players have played more than once or twice today, because I'd say there'll be a few.
Yeah, well, most of these players
Will
have played 3 times.
Yeah, and it's a big day. I mean, even just being here playing once is a big day.
Well, if they're really lucky, they got wet this morning,
Yeah.
and then maybe dried out a little bit, and now they're getting wet again. So, and then if it rains tomorrow morning, they'll get wet again.
I think the forecast is supposed to be sunny tomorrow. We'll probably get sunburnt tomorrow.
I don't know where Andrea Fruin, what she was thinking. It's really not that cold.
Andrea Fruin spent her whole life in Auckland, where it's generally warmer than most parts of New Zealand. Now she's cold.
4 seasons in one day. She's
It's-
obviously a Crowded House fan, isn't she?
Now it's a bit more 6 months in a leaky boat. Is that split ends though? That's split ends.
Yeah,
not
well
Crowded
done.
House.
Well done.
Mm.
From one so young.
Mm.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
this giant band coming up to point A.
So this is going to fill a space. I wonder if the microphones might get in the road of this.
Yeah.
we might have to run out there, Libby, and move the microphones.
You were talking about losing your hearing before because of a concert. You might end up just put your fingers in your ears a little bit if you can, Phil. We don't want you to go deaf again.
I think it's too late for me, Libby.
Sorry, what was that?
That's right. Right, I want to just repair some damage. My stepson Tom, he is listening.
Oh, is he?
Well done, Tom.
Well
you didn't
done,
have
Tom.
to.
Good on you, Tom.
Love
Son of
your
the
mate.
year. My partner's not listening.
So the tutor there is Richard Hawke, well known to all of us. So that was fantastic. So some of these players, this is their only run today.
That's
because they're
it.
playing tomorrow in the Grade 2.
That'll be the best band on the field this whole weekend, I would say. Sorry, did I say best?
In the whole weekend?
Well, biggest is what I meant, but
Oh, right, okay.
it's a Freudian slip. You never know. But yeah, biggest band. I don't think we'll see another band that big. But hey, look, they came on, they had a really strong performance. The heavens opened and they held it together. Well done.
Right, so the next one is a surprise band. I know nothing. I know a lot about the school, but I don't know about this band. Who's teaching them? So presumably this is the revival of piping in Auckland. A band so someone's obviously gone to Auckland Grammar and wants to start a band. And schools typically do like pipe bands because they're very good in ceremonial occasions, sporting events, and it's a thing of pride. So, although not many of them take them to this level, like St Andrews College. Now it's really starting to hose down now, so I'm feeling sorry for the remaining bands.
5 bands to go, and it's alright, it'll stop in 5 minutes.
4 seasons in one day.
Yeah, that's it. So the crowd here is still pretty light today. I think that rain's probably got something to do with it. I can just see across to the beer tent where there's a couple of, sun umbrellas up with people like sheep under a tree in the hot sunshine.
oh man.
Gee, was that mean?
No, that was good.
Was it?
Man, the metaphor was outstanding. Yeah, more of that, Libby.
Our international audience will be like, what the heck is she talking about? But yeah, there's people over there in the beer tent getting some refreshments and trying to hear what's going on maybe, but also trying to get out of the...
I sense some jealousy, Libby.
I've had a lot of tea today. In fact, I've still got 3 cups in front of me. I've actually
4?
got...
Make that 4?
I'm just going to pull all of the tea that we've got out here. And we've got... I don't know if the camera can quickly come over to this side, but we've got 3 half-full cups of tea. And we've got 2 empties, so... been well hydrated, or maybe we haven't because we're not drinking enough tea.
So here we have the Auckland Grammar. I noticed the pipe major is the pipe major of the Papakura pipe band.
Thanks for keeping us on track there, Phil.
So obviously there's a connection here with Papakura and this band. So that's excellent. And there's teaching going on here. So that's Josh Montgomery leading this. Good on you, Josh.
Well done to Auckland Grammar School Pipe Band. Great to hear them. Some fantastic harmonies coming in their opening march. And I know they've got some great support from Papakura. I actually wonder if some of the players play in both Papakura but also attend Auckland Grammar. It's definitely very character building playing in the rain, so well done to them. Very proud parents here at the ground cheering their kids on. The next band up is the ILT City of Invercargill Highland Pipe Band, their juvenile A band. Lots of City of Invercargill, it's fantastic. As we've talked about quite a bit, the 105 people who have come up from Invercargill for the contest. So we're expecting to see Pipe Major Ali Mackenzie, who's also the Pipe Major of the number 1 band, and the drum sergeant will be Peter Devery. So once again, a big thanks to our sponsors. We've got support from RG Hardy, Ganaway and Pipes Drums, along with a number of other local or Auckland supporters such as St Pierre's Sushi, the Malt Public House and many others. Also just a big shout out to our volunteers who are here today making this whole thing run smoothly. I know Phil and I are always very happy to be fed and watered, cups of tea and home baking and fruit. Keep us going, eh?
Well, the cups of tea are causing some issues.
Are they?
Yeah.
He's just had to pop to the loo.
The Woolworths bladder is kicking in here.
Did you see the beers they've opened up in there? The judges who are done for the day, they've cracked a beer or two.
Yeah, and it's not just cheap old rubbish either.
No, Asahi.
Yeah.
Is that not cheap? I would have thought Asahi was quite affordable in the grand scheme. I mean, it's not a APA or an IPA or a hazy.
It's a crisp little lager, isn't it?
Tell you what, Asahi in Japan is better than Asahi here, but Asahi here is pretty good too.
It is.
So we've got ILT coming up, their A band for Juvenile A, just saying that Ali Mackenzie is going to be leading them on. They're just coming into view now.
I wonder if he enjoys being pipe major too.
To Stuart.
Yeah, I wonder if he likes being pipe major to Stuart Little.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk to Stuart about was, do you mind being told what to do by someone who you tell what to do in Inverary?
He was okay with it, wasn't he?
One of the things I should have asked him actually was, how nervous do you think the two pipers either side of you are? I wonder if he's actually got drummers on one side and a piper on the other. But also, how cool would it be to be that piper on the other side?
Yeah, well, that's right. You'd tell that story forever, wouldn't you?
No, it was great to talk to Stuart earlier. He's a very humble man, so it was a pleasure to chat to him for a couple of minutes. That was super cool.
I see you interviewed the lead side there before, Peter Devery.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah, he was with Georgia Eagle there.
He was.
Yeah, and he was the lead side there, and I thought that was terrific. They did a good job.
The
there.
power couple.
Yeah, well.
Georgia on the left flank.
Yeah, so that was outstanding.
Thought he was going to drop a knee.
Right. So
I did ask their permission before calling them that. They told me that's what they wanted to be called.
Very good. Right, so that's really good. So
Yeah.
and unfortunately, the last time I saw this band, they were also rained out in Queenstown 2 or 3 weeks
right.
ago. So they seem to the rain seems to be following them around, which is a bit unfortunate.
Well, as Stuart Little said, he said it's his fault. He's brought the rain from Scotland, so he's in their band, so they can have a chat to him.
Yeah. So that's fantastic.
The
Right.
next band is sounds like a bit of a what do we call it? A combo? What's it called when artists come together and
A super group.
a super group? South Canterbury Highland Pipe Band and Celtic Pipe Band super group.
Yeah.
Super group.
Right, just like the travelling Wilburys. Right, so this is a good band, I imagine. We're going to find out, I guess. And I'm not sure they come together that often, but who will be William MacArthur, the pipey of the South Canterbury band. He'll be leading that. So you'd imagine it'll be pretty damn good.
And I think we mentioned Tiffany Gilchrist, who's his better half, is also in the band, and that's the Celtic aspect.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be others as well, I mean.
Yeah. Lots of connections. We're all just one big family, really. Everyone's connected in some way.
We're not going to use the word incestuous, are we, Libby?
No, not at all.
Good.
Never. Luckily, unlike you, Phil, I don't actually have any family members playing in any bands that I'm aware of. I used to.
Why not, Libby?
I just don't. I don't. I haven't got any kids, so I haven't forced them into following in my footsteps. I had an uncle, a great uncle, who played the snare drum for Tauranga. He's since passed away.
What was his name?
His name was Barry Emerson.
Wow, okay, cool.
Yep. And a great auntie who played pipes in Dunedin. Don't ask me for her name because it's gone. I knew you were going to ask and now it's gone from
Make
me.
something up. No, I'm joking.
Well, her sister's name was May, Auntie May. Jocelyn. But no, I got into it because the local band came through my school and I wanted to play drums, and so I did. So I wasn't in a juvenile band at all.
Right, so I've got another band marching up to Point A, and that is the Red Hackle Team Goose, which is an unusual name for a band, but I guess it's a reflection of the fact that these are recent pipers. They wouldn't have been on for very long, so certainly a learner band. Yep. Sorry, this is the South
We've got
Canterbury
Canterbury
band.
first. We've got the
South
super
Canterbury
group
band. I'm
first.
jumping the gun here.
Don't forget about the super group.
This is the super group, almost as good as Rory Gallagher.
I'm pleased to hear after that St Andrew's performance you haven't lost your hearing.
No, just my memory.
And then you can take the rest of it.
Bad luck if you left your cape at home, I'd say. Right, nice work. Nice work. It's a bit of a mouthful. South Canterbury Highland Pipe Band and Celtic Pipe Band combined. Supergroup. The travelling Wilburys of the pipe band world. Right, that was excellent.
I like that the supergroup has taken off, Kieran McGarity. Supergroup. We're going to get what do they call it? There's a special name for it, like a... Can't remember what they call it with the little sound that just comes in, you push a button, supergroup. I've got some bad news for someone who's listening in on the live stream. They're really desperately hoping that someone's going to play Scotland the Brave. What are the chances of that?
I think maybe in the mass bands you might hear it.
Oh yeah, tomorrow.
But if it's not Scotland the Brave, it'll be a superb tune, well-known tunes.
It will be, so worth tuning in tomorrow, you reckon?
Yeah, there is a chance of Scotland the Brave.
There is.
I sincerely hope there's no chance of Highland Cathedral, but
no.
that could be on as well. Just a couple of other call-outs, some big pipe band fans, Denise Fastier in Dunedin and Fiona Matheson in Wellington. My soulmate, actually.
Aww.
So we've got two more to come, and it's the Wellington Red Hackle Team Goose, their learner band, and then following that, finally, the wettest band of the day will be St Kettigan's College Pipes and Drum.
Who come from just down the road.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for... So we've had the supergroup, and now this is Team Goose, which is very Maverick. Or what's the Top Gun? It's quite Top Gun, isn't it? This can be Team Top Gun.
I've never watched Top Gun.
Ever?
No.
I've seen both of them.
Really?
I think I preferred the first one because the second one was just like the first one.
I try and avoid Tom Cruise movies.
Oh, I quite like him. Jerry Maguire is one of my top 10 films.
No.
What do you do when you're not listening to pipe bands, Libby? Oh, I watch Tom Cruise films.
It's quite sad, really.
So
I thought you'd be art house movies.
I actually am.
Ones with subtitles.
Well, my favourite film's Lost in Translation, which you could say is quite arty. Not
right, I have seen that. Yes, yes, good movie.
Hey, good luck to Wellington Red Hackle Team Goose.
of the day.
What a cheer.
So
that is cool.
That's adversity personified. You know, it's not only you're getting wet, but your fingers are slipping off the china, and there's a little bit of that. But it was a commendable performance, and the piping instructor on the bass drum. I've never seen Davey Welsh play the bass drum.
Davey Welsh is like a world champion piper, right? You know, he's been part of, and that's one of the Berry kids there in the back. I'm going to make a bold call, but highlight of the day for me. And the cheer they've had, probably from not even just Red Hackle players, but I mean, there's a bunch of people there that aren't even from the Hackle. That's super cool. Well done, Team Goose.
Team Goose. Well done. Outstanding. Right, one band to go. St Kentigern's College Pipes and Drums. Presumably they're completely drenched by now, if they haven't got a very good tent. So bad luck for them. We just have to hope there's no rain tomorrow.
I think pretty much 99% of the crowd that was listening to that performance had gone round to the end to cheer them all on coming off.
There's a picture there of a young piper with glasses on. I always remember playing pipes once and the glasses got a bit wet and they start to slip off the nose. And you think, what am I going to do here? You know, am I going to catch them or am I going to...
Just let them fall.
So I decided I was going to let them fall, but when they did fall off, I couldn't resist it. I took my hand off and caught them.
Really?
Yeah.
You've never made the switch, you've never wanted to make the switch to contacts?
I tried, didn't like them.
No. I'm feeling very fortunate for I don't wear them. No. But then I've got sunglasses that slip off. But anyway, our final band for the day. St Kentigern College Pipes and Drums. Do you think this will be a similar band to the band we've heard earlier?
You'd imagine so. Yes, Andrew Lightfoot is the pipe major of this band, or the tutor, or whatever you want to call him. And he's on the list there, so I guess he's running it. As he is, there he is. Pipe major's position. They're going to get wet. If they're not wet already, they're going to get wet. So we'll see how they play under adversity. I mean, of course, they've got to get up early in the morning and play in the street march.
They do.
So they're going to have to dry out, which is not much fun. Or wearing a damp kilt's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
The only upside really is that they'll be warm. I didn't bring it. You know, all resplendent in your winter wears, but I'm sure they'll be warm.
Well done, St Kent's. Nice arrangements there, something a bit different. Nicely put together. Well done. Okay, I'm just going to move into the circle and do a bit of a finish up for the day. That's the last performance of the day. As I said before, the results are going to come out tomorrow at the end of the whole event. So I'll be on 10 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to move into the centre now.
Well, that is it for day one of the 2024 New Zealand National Pipe Band Championships. Yep, it's raining. We're a little bit damp, but it's been, apart from the rain, which we're not going to dwell on, it's been a fantastic day.
Yeah, some great performances and really higher than I expected, better than I expected. Grade 4A, Grade 3, outstanding. Grade 4B, better than I thought it was going to be. Outstanding.
Yeah, something we've talked about a lot today is the standard really has gone up a bit, hasn't it? I mean, you expect a certain level of performance in the lower grade bands, but it does feel like it's really jumped up a bit.
It's either that or I'm a grumpy old person and have low expectations, but I think you're right, Libby. I like to think you're right. Yep.
Yeah, great to see young people of all ages, experiences out there doing their thing from across the country and from Australia as well.
That's right, and also, you know, when one band plays, the number one band's there cheering them on. It's a very wonderful collegiate environment. So, love it.
Highlight for the day? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I think
too many.
No, I think that the City of Melbourne band were outstanding. They were really cool, and but just generally the standard of instruments and the playing, it's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I said it not too long ago. I think the highlight for me was the Goose band, the Wellington Red Hackle, the kids getting out there, seeing Davey Welsh on the bass drum, and the cheer that they got at the end of the day. So it's been good. We'll be back here tomorrow. Street march in the morning.
Yeah, so that's the street parade where the bands play marches again. So nothing too taxing on the brain, but
maybe on the walking and playing at the same time.
Yeah, well the thing is we judge the drill on those things, which is a little unusual, but so we'll see how good an effort bands have made on the drill.
Yeah, so looking forward to that in the morning being out there. I think this rain hopefully will stop, and then the Grade 2 and Grade 1 sets and medleys.
Yeah, so that's the highlight, of course, isn't it? Yeah, going to love that, and glad we're not judging. Because they've got to make a decision. Yeah.
Your expectations are high again tomorrow?
Of course. Yeah, especially the Grade 1 I think will be outstanding. Because we've got Hawthorn, we don't know what they're going to be like, and this adds an extra challenge to the whole thing.
Yep.
Are they going to be as good as they were last year? Are they going to be better? Could they win the thing? Who knows?
Who knows? Well, I'm pretty excited. For now, we're probably going to go and have a cold beverage, get out of the rain. I might put a jacket on and warm up, but thanks for joining us today. Special thanks to those who have been with us since 9 o'clock this morning. We will be back first thing tomorrow. The link is a different one from today. It is available on the Royal New Zealand Pipe Band Association page. But for now, Phil and I, we're going to sign off, but we will see you tomorrow for more pipe bands.
For New Zealand bands to travel all the way to Scotland, it's a huge deal. I mean, we don't do it every year.
They don't all come to us, so we need to go to them.
I don't think probably the general public really do realise, particularly in New Zealand, how big the piping scene is.
You're going over there to experience what it's like to be in Scotland, being up against bands that have been training just as hard as you are.
150 people, 4 bands, 1 destination. the World Pipe Band Championships in Glasgow.
Everywhere you go, you can hear the pipes.
We arrived, people are still getting over a bit of jet lag.
Walked through the botanical gardens, I touched a squirrel.
Practice hard and party hard.
Had our first full band practice yesterday. It was good. I mean, we couldn't ask for a better start.
Well, I mean, the World Pipe Band Championships is a very big deal, even for like national Scotland bands.
Always held in Glasgow, Glasgow Green. If we want to get a taste of that, we need to be over there doing it because we're on the bottom part of the world.
Grade 1 March to Spain real competition, Manor 2 Scottish from New Zealand.
2.5 weeks away in Scotland. Yeah, it's expensive, all the rest of it, but you know, when you love it.
The guys kept their composure. I couldn't ask for much more, to be honest, for the first round of the world, so happy with that.
A lot of people are probably most familiar with sports teams like the All Blacks and the Silver Ferns and the Black Caps, and you know, probably assume that there's a lot of training and that's their full-time jobs, but our guys have full-time jobs or are studying full-time, and they're also practicing many, many hours a week to be able to go and compete on the world stage for pipe bands.
Get your tapes together. For goodness sake. From the Highlands to the Lowlands, join us as we follow 4 Kiwi bands competing at the World Pipe Band Championships in Glasgow.
It's really great. It's great. You make friends for life. You do make friends for life. And the music is just so enjoyable, especially when you start playing at a higher level. It makes you really emotional.
The people, the passion, the pipes and the drums.
2 glorious weeks. Every day's been different. It's been fun. It's certainly been tiring, but the satisfaction that comes with putting a band together and getting out here in Glasgow Green in Grade 1 and playing on the biggest stage of all, very, very rewarding, very satisfying. So I'm thrilled.